how it just to me it's just like I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly like so much different. Where it's like that type of stuff is like interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why
Yeah, I
why
know.
why would they lie? You know, why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but you know, people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You
So
gotta, bro. You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
yeah, that's what I'm
If you
saying.
don't
Well,
know
yeah,
who, if you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like who
true. Yeah,
has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
yeah.
Okay, so
That's what we're saying.
we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those
Oh
people,
yeah, yeah.
because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball, so they have to
But
be lying. After that, it becomes iffy because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So doesn't matter what they say. They're
right,
believers.
but at the same time, you know, these they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, you know, in riches. You know, they're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely
But
know
they don't
the
know.
truth.
Yeah, they don't know and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, yeah, Earth's a ball. If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but I'm talking
wrong,
about
right?
the
They're just
say the
simply wrong.
I'm talking about the like say the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. The like it's true, right? That they
I mean,
know.
they wouldn't
Yeah,
know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there. It's not
yo,
high
true,
enough.
because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
Well, it's not
I'm,
high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of
right,
people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
right.
3%
But
of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. Do you think you can say what it is? I mean, come
no,
on.
but what I'm saying is that these people they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of like if I'm that person, I'm like okay, well they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know like who the people at the top of the pyramid, analogy, if you want to use like how we were talking earlier. I don't know
Yeah, but
if you
in
missed
what
it when I was.
India, yeah, what India is trying to say is, yeah, that, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe, but in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who are on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it because they clearly look for people for these so called astronauts positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see
Well,
any of their
they're
interviews. They're
also
just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
that's what I
about
mean though. But like
drinking
if you
poop
say
or whatever.
you're that
So
say you're
they
those
so that's what he's
astronauts.
trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this? Noki, you call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state, but there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people, and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like I wouldn't say that at all. I would say like I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just
Oh, you mean
withholding.
the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low. The people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're
Yeah,
talking about, the low
yeah.
people, the
I'd like to
shallow
expose those
people.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah,
send them a anti-Christmas card.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, the all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just, yeah, don't, try not to get overwhelmed and just try to just, I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just like says who mentioned they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track and
like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, it that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, "Nah, it's not." That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
well, that's what they get with
That's the
like the whole
crazy
plausible
people.
deniability, right? That they get them
What?
with, hey, it's
Well,
so
that's
big.
yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with, "I can't trust my own eyes."
No. So that's
I
not
I know.
what I'm
I
saying.
listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with, "I don't trust my observation."
No, I'm saying I'm
Just
admitting I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which
yeah.
is very
Well, we
small.
know
So
that, but
I'm
you
not
have to.
if someone like imagine it this way. If someone put a
But you
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt. But you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
no, I understand
That's
that. Yeah.
crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it. Is
When I
I don't
say
really
you, I don't
believe.
mean specifically you. I mean you in
Yeah,
the royal you.
like believing it one way or the other
It's
is
not a
like,
belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, "Hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat." Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look
well,
flat.
so if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would you
ask you
draw?
from where?
From if you
From
could
what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly,
I don't
observe it
think
from
you.
every angle.
I don't think
And
the Earth is an object that you can
well,
see
see,
the entirety. It's not an object like the you can hold in your hand. You know that if
and
you
I
were a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that that is possible.
and see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's
But,
flat,
but
and that's
but
yeah,
what you're
that's
asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
yeah.
And
So why would I
they
subscribe
even
to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said, we
why
can
would
make the measure.
you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Like
Well,
you don't think wait, let me ask you this. When you think of the universe and I say, "Hey bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?"
well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
yeah, and
That's a scary
I'm not
proposition for
disagreeing.
some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying,
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
yeah,
why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can
yeah,
trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. Um, the globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon, we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity,
yeah. I guess
right?
maybe I should have
So
asked
to
you
take
then.
that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that isn't like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? Uh, I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually, it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat earth isn't on this computer screen and isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, "Oh, don't believe NASA, believe us." People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, "Hey, go out there, go outside, go do the tests to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
Yeah, I
It's
was
really
thinking
that
that too.
simple.
Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it. Like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I
You've
live in
done it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
Yeah, so
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, you know, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to
yeah,
make their own
and
observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You
yeah,
get a
yep,
chance to go down there, so Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day, for obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions. Of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
yeah. And I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was uh describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a disc
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah,
I know
'cause
that's
that yeah,
probably
'cause
usually.
I've
when you
never met
first
one.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, I've never
yeah.
met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc-looking thing, that actually has a shape. So I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like a realm.
People get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want, just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah. So some people have a science fiction view of flat Earth, but flat Earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat Earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a
Yeah.
philosophical
Oh,
topic.
yeah, no, for
I
sure.
mean, we're
I
talking
don't
about
disagree.
existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it?" Like, where's the end of reality? Like,
Where does it start?
yeah. I mean, that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So,
Right. So
Yeah, so
I don't
what you'll
know.
find is, that's, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who um, are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space, and then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on. Did you say on Rumble or something? You've
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
listening to the
Yep.
live stream. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, "Where's your and if Earth was flat, it would do this," and they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way um, it's portrayed, with a mere vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also
Yeah.
reject that.
Well, in they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about. They want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does it everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert, then you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah.
It's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model, it's something they can point to, and the whole Antarctica thing was a way to like there's like they gunned the whole thing up to where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved or a lot of people. So it was like if you seen the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true.
Right, but I'm saying, but that's
okay,
what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. Like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
Think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe because the sun can do anything, right? It
Well,
would
I think they were
falsify
banking
the
on that
helios.
model, the
Well, yeah, it
model
would
of the sun
falsify
going
the.
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm
But
saying it falsified the their model. They like the flat Earth,
no, the
whatever.
solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
No
went
one
to
believes in that. No
right,
one
but I'm
believes.
just saying there's
Ice
the
wall is
flat
a
Earth.
global concept that isn't from flat Earth. It comes from
Right, but I'm
Captain
saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. There's it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so called flat earthers and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say
Well,
there's
why?
something outside of
Yeah, why do you
Antarctica.
think? Why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled
It's
to
like I said, it's
do
like
all that
controlled
stuff?
op. It's to shut it
Nah,
down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of
I
people
mean, some of
turned
it
away from it.
maybe. Some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And
Yeah.
that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because like the modern day, we're stuck in imagery,
Well,
right? That we,
that goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that, so people assume that okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that
yeah,
physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed. Ignorantly that was your, thought process, or
no.
was some
A
of the
different
flat earthers,
cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus, they said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like, do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard, yes, I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yes,
That
yeah,
it's not,
yep.
that it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb, right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to
So,
project what they
well,
see
why would you
outside
think?
onto
But why
Earth,
would you think of it to be a planet in the first place?
just
Well,
because they see
because of
other
that,
planets.
yeah, because of that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah, and I
Right?
agree with you
We can go in the
100%.
we can go in the category human. You know, Fido can go in the category dog. You know, like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because it's unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take the philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah,
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or
exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is the foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to
Yeah.
the individual level. It's gone from the earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo. You
Yeah.
don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So
Which
it doesn't
doesn't
matter what
also
you
doesn't
do.
make
So
sense.
pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they
Good
have
question.
evolved? Like,
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of even I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
yeah, but the point, yeah, I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique, and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you know, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. Um, she says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like it's they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these
Yeah.
people are just gone.
Well, yeah. Then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a
Yeah,
lot of these scientists
yeah,
will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what is that? What's his name? What's that guy? I trying to remember his name. He's like we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. It's that's where it's
yeah.
going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. What I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn
Yeah,
us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
yeah, but
That's
basically
it.
just cut off from like I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where
Yeah,
you literally are just. become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like, yeah, chip me, and then eventually like this,
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were
Oh yeah.
like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even
Yeah.
have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, uh, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, yeah, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying,
Oh yeah.
quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah, yeah. People are like trying to speed it up, like, it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, is something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, "How do you know the Earth is actually a globe?" Just that one question, and they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it comes, always boils down to they don't actually know, and that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah.
That is a victory.
Without
That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You
yeah.
have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own because you think about like you're force feeding them, like you got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
Eventually, they just barf it all up. So
And that's
and go
been my problem
crazy.
too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, um, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. Eh, for whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it
Because
happened.
it's the
Where I
identity it's the identity thing. This is like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like so if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain, can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
yeah.
Yeah. But if I go Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker, can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete. If they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them you only like give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone you obviously don't identify as a globe earther, I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like, well, what about this neutrino thing? Like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe. But then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
And it has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Okay, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass lists, Gish-Gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So,
yeah.
I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. My thing is at this point is never. Whatever a glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is. Because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? Now let's imagine I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a Glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground; they're based upon the sky in the first place, right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go. When I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere. And they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require a Earth. It doesn't, Earth could not exist. And that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
This is all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So,
well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there, because they didn't have a globe, they didn't have an astrolabe, they didn't have sextants, they didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling and you
Well,
just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
yeah, I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
yeah.
I mean, there's like I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That like, they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've
Yes,
often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
yeah. Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then
yeah,
whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
yeah,
And they're just like, oh, flat earthers are the low hanging fruit. They don't know anything. And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, well, I'm not a scientist. Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? Then they're like, well, NASA. Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point out? Like all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
yeah.
We
They,
used to do
they
this.
believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's
Well,
impossible.
they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because
Exactly. That's it.
everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it. And like
Yeah, it's
no
like the
people
herd.
wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. A
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
the
people
the
believe.
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like they don't. People are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside
Yeah.
of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like they don't want to be pushed out. Right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already. They would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So
Well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like, seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. Um, so some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never like. Even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think.
Well,
Okay.
not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should
Where it's like
ask them.
you have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting
Oh
that
my
person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet freaking the whole universe, dude.
Oh yeah,
On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
they'd
We got
rather
people that are
die, bro.
absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
They'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like, what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to
On that
convince
topic,
people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking programming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model? What's your model?
on that topic,
Hold on.
Indio, Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants to smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows. I'd say Antonio Subaretz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaretz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh,
I'll just
Subaretz.
post
I
it.
found it. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map
It goes
territory?
back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
You don't
no,
know
I
about
noticed
that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed
Weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So,
I
what is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio
okay,
Subaretz's
well,
map, I think.
Yeah,
Best
can you
for
put
what?
it
But
up?
best for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you
specific.
what is the
Best for
flat
what
Earth map?
purpose?
Best
is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm going to ask you. Why are you asking me? Hold on.
I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second.
Can
Why are you
pull up
asking
the
me a
map?
question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying
Tell me the
equipment?
instrument. Tell me the
Theodolite?
instrument.
Theodolites?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an
Really?
airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure
First of
your
all,
ground speed.
so
You measure your ground speed.
okay,
You measure
let's
ground
talk
speed?
about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now,
How
what
much?
is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast, and then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they
So
refined it, right?
they didn't refine it; it's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they
They
did
didn't correct
was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did two different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
Okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So
Okay,
why
so
is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know because you're the one that.
Yeah, of
brought it
course
up.
you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you
Yes,
do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
What? They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that it's
That's
greater than
done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than, the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this. Bro, are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you deflected.
Are you dumb? Nah, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what
This is
spherical
after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're
You know what?
reading.
You know what spherical
It's
excess is?
page 47. Yes, I know what it is.
Okay,
It's
good.
that
Good.
was
All right.
they created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they came and looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took,
Calm down.
and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called
Calm
reduction
down.
of the horizontal direction. I'll
Calm
post
down.
it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I
Oh, you
think
did?
no. The first
Okay.
map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just
You
asking you
can't
to post
verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Please
It's
post it.
oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the
So
sizes of the ocean.
you think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure, why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the
that
world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How
Because
come
the
the world
distance you have to
record?
travel wait, the travel I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So,
Distance.
okay, the
Oh, I'm
IDEC
not.
3,
Why would
no,
you
the
say
IDEC,
something like that?
okay, I
Why
already
would you
know
say
the answer. I'm
something like
asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
that? Okay.
Okay,
Around Antarctica.
so the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by
Okay,
the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world
so
record
that
for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking the United Kingdom. The
okay.
average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots
Okay.
to
So
circumnavigate Antarctica.
the distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000
Yeah,
miles.
that's cap.
Are you
What's that
are you
bait? That's
saying
cap, dude.
so
That's
nuh-uh.
wrong.
So
That's
nuh-uh.
no, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
What did I
I
say
hear
to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other
Because
ships
it's
around.
bunk, I said? I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race. And that
We also know
the
the
shit that
we
we have two
also know the nautical
choices.
miles.
We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 of the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be
They don't
possible?
stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't
You want
stop
to
overnight.
you're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm. They don't
Pretty
stop
sure you're
overnight.
sure. Are
No,
you
I'm
pretty sure
sure.
you're sure? Okay. I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on
Yeah,
the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm
What are you
getting
talking
cooked.
about?
Is that are
Yeah.
you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances
Italy?
from?
You got to
Where'd you
talk
get-
it. You got to talk.
Yeah,
over me?
no, I want to know where you got
talk over
the
me,
same
right? Is that how
problem.
you win?
You're going to
Is that
keep
how you
running
win?
into the same problem with your map argument. You have no
Is that how
measured
you win
distance.
there?
No,
Why?
no, you're going to
Why
keep
is
Wesley. You're going to keep running
wow?
into the same problem. You
No,
don't
I
have
can
any
show you
measure.
flights.
No,
I
yeah,
can show you flights on.
now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah,
I
we
can
have
give you
sailing
lengths
time.
of, and I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between
How do you
Paris
know that?
and New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank.
You're
Yeah,
so cute.
like you can go.
You're
No,
so
you can.
cute.
Yeah,
You're so
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay, if you go
Okay.
look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder pings. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why
You
that
came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do
fucking
you know why
argument.
that is?
Yeah, why is that?
Wh-
Tell me.
What? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That is blank?
Yeah.
That's who cares why it is?
You
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you knew
data,
why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not
So
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you
There
think they're
is no right time, dude.
what?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't
Do
know
you
what
know
you're
why?
talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making it
get
up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the
You know
right
what it could
time.
also be? You know what
But
it could also be?
inaccurate. It's
It could also be
inaccurate,
the
right?
approach to the airport.
But it would change it by 3 hours?
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
the approach changes it?
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I
saying
just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew
your
on one this week.
your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay,
Is that
so
what you want to threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what do
haven't?
you
What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. You people are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay,
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is
Am I saying
99
how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go
it's
on
not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth or accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says that Google Earth and Google Maps is for educational is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Okay. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a cylinder. They took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what you guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pen. So who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed?
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? You mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map. Okay, nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep. Okay.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it
That's
says?
what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah, what's this? Listen, I can
said
go
it- you
look
said
in
it
our
was-
maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell
You
me.
said it was. You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time, yes. For telling the solar position, yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they
of
hadn't
ice?
discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't
No, it's
discovered
right
it
for
till
this. I said, what did I
1960?
say it was
Are
right
you
for?
serious right now? Are
What-
you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was a
Are
good
the
for
same
solar
longitude
calculator.
times that
No,
converge in
wait,
Antarctica, right?
wait,
Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not
The
converge
longitude
in-
lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't
You
converge.
don't
in
understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem.
You
You
said
don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not
Yeah,
meant to be
you said it's
reified because of the map territory problem,
you said
which I
that it
started
was a
with.
it was accurate sun calculator, and this
It
says that
is.
there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't
And
know
then you
about
said that they
Antarctica.
hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They
You wanna
didn't.
stick with that?
Yes, it was
No,
unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this
What?
point?
What?
Is that what you wanna stick with?
They knew it
You wanna
was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, 'cause now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored. Yes.
When did they get
But
to the South
listen,
Pole? When
listen,
did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
When?
1913 or something.
So now
think it
you're
was-
shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Yeah, I
the
want to
answer
know
that?
how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Oh, well,
Do you know
he
how
said
he would
that
do
he
that?
didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down,
Holy
dude.
cow.
He wrote
Holy
it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time and it was driving
Yep,
his crew
all the
crazy.
time. 24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only down there for one
Did
You
you
think they
hear
were only down
different?
there
Did
for one
some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No, they
Really?
said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
Yeah, but who was
strawmanning what
there?
I said?
You weren't
Okay.
there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
No,
not
it's
gonna say
right.
that,
It's right for its purpose. It's not a
The sun
travel map.
calculator, It's obviously wrong because it says there
No,
is
it
no
is
sun.
right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes,
Yeah,
longitude.
but it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's
you
what
agree that it's wrong.
that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're
So you
trying and
agree it's
trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is
So you
nothing
agree-
for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is
Okay, so-
correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It
80th
even
degree.
calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean?
Come
Do
on,
I know
Matt,
why
let me-
it calculates that? Why? What do you mean why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's a azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
But of
how
course,
come,
you knew that, right?
How come
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance on the
it's
lines.
only accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude,
The
I'll
scale's
I'll,
not
I'll post
linear.
a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last two brain cells.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank
it's
you for
not a
understanding.
linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, yeah, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You
Yep.
could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string? How do you know that?
Look. Does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you
You
could
told
find
me
some
that
other.
we
So say,
measure-
hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, if they're not.
now you're trusting globe
I-
sources.
I- No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances
one with,
in the Antarctica, circumantarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so
sky. Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
I mean Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just said
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements have
measurements.
you given me? You gave me a time.
The
measurement.
race. The
Yeah,
time.
but they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance. And the
And the
distance.
time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm
How
asking
did
you,
they track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or
How
like,
did they
why
track
do you
their
think
speed?
it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they
With
track their
what?
speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, I'm banning you just for fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Human garbage.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
Ridiculous. It's funny how they always try to invoke TFE. So ridiculous.
It's fun how you can just make stuff up, just all the time, and apparently just not have a problem sleeping at night. I mean, you can just lie all the time.
He was just like making anything up on the fly. How'd they do that? GPS. That was like his fallback like 3 times. They just use GPS.
How do you solve this problem? Sky magic, obviously.
When you have something like that, a wizard did it.
Yeah. Our special priests built these machines that hover above the surface of the earth and just take measurements of it. 17,000 miles an hour. That's how we measure stuff.
He was like, we got a picture of Antarctica.
The funny thing is, I could grant him everything that he was saying. It's like, let's pretend for a moment that, these distances and times are somehow correlated. That's all fine and dandy. The surface is still not curving. That's your biggest problem. So I'm going to bring the Bible into this because I think it's pertinent. But in Job, it talks about, God is speaking to Job. He's tightening up his shot group, and he's saying, "Who of you have measured the earth? And like calculated or seen its span?" And it's almost this idea that it's like you can just forget about figuring out what this place ultimately looks like, because there's plenty of bizarre phenomena. Like I'm kind of with you, Indio. I have no idea if Antarctica is even a continent, whatever that means. Who knows? But I think the realm is pretty complex, probably something that we almost can't fathom on purpose. That's my opinion.
I'm with you on that one for sure. I don't think anybody can measure it. And you were exercising them demons, aka you were demonstrating, because they use circular logic, so you had to demonstrate. Hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning.
So what's going on in here?
Well,
As the
I
music
just
still below.
There's some new people in here. If anybody's got a question about flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Any newbies new to this chat? Questions, comments, whatever. There's no dumb
Yeah,
question.
India, what if something would ever happen to you? What would happen with the 24/7 Discord server?
They'd all come to my funeral, and they would bury the Discord server in an undisclosed location, so no one could dig up its bones. I don't fucking
I'm
know.
pretty
Why are
new
you planning
here.
on kidnapping me? What the fuck, bro? What kind of
No,
question is
like,
that?
I mean, I'll take over. You know.
Oh, you don't want
Every
that.
time I fucking speak, someone always has to speak.
You're bugging me, bug.
Sorry, I'm new here. I took a year-long break. I'm back just to see who's still here. So hopefully everyone's healthy and thriving.
You too, man.
Thank you,
How's
brother.
life?
It's good. Been working like crazy. I had 3 days off, so I recently became single again. So I'm just trying to catch my breath. Spend some time to myself, man. So,
Oh, is that why you
um,
haven't been around? Been pussy whipped?
that and I became a landlord, so I got into rental properties, and it's been kicking my ass. So,
Oh, yeah, you got
um,
to deal with tenants? Jesus Christ. Good luck to you.
yeah, I know. Luckily I've been lucky, but you can't be a softie, man. You have to put your foot down, and so. But so far so good. You got to vet the fuck out of people. I only rent out the RNs so far, so but I got a new car, which is really cool. But I don't know, man. How are you? How's things with you,
I'm
man?
good, man. My life's going great.
Sick, dude.
Great, man. I'm not going to get into details, but never been better. So
Cool, man.
I'm right where I want to be.
Isn't there a storm in the U.S. now on the East Coast?
Oh, yeah, there's supposed to be a freaking crazy nor'easter. Well, I don't know. It's supposed to be like 40 states or something. From Texas, well,
I
actually, Arizona to freaking Washington, D.C. or something.
fucking yeah, the whole damn country. I'm in California, so yeah. Hopefully, everyone is safe from that nonsense.
Yeah, it's just snow. I mean, the freezing rain and shit is dangerous. And I guess if you live down south, if it gets too cold, that could be dangerous because they don't really have heating like everywhere else. But as far as
Right,
like in the
right.
Northeast, it's just fucking snow.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop anything.
Right. They're so used to it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it slows stuff down for a few days, but it's not life threatening or anything like that. It's the freezing rain that's dangerous when the rain hits something and then freezes instantly, and then it turns to ice and then weighs shit down, and then freezing rain, well, driving on it is treacherous.
Oh God, yeah. I've never even heard of freezing rain, but yeah, that sounds terrible. So
Yeah, it's when the surfaces are cold and it's raining, so the instant the water hits it, it freezes to it. And then you just get like layer after layer after layer after layer, and then like say it's a power line, all that ice builds up
yeah.
and then they collapse. Trees
Oh
break.
fuck.
Yeah, and then road surfaces are just a straight ice. They're not even like
Oh
snow. It's just
God.
straight ice
Black
surface.
ice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, snow is bearable. That shit is not.
Right.
No, we chilling. We're over in a couple other servers too. We're over in English Hub and sometimes Politics server. We got little guest VCs over there.
Okay, let me check it out here because I kind of just like Googled flat Earth Discord server and it kind of brought me here, but I had to search for a couple minutes. Let's see
English Hub
here.
is like an English learning Discord. There's about 300,000 people in there. We got a
Oh,
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel in there, so people come in there and talk to us. Then the Politics server, I don't even know how many are in there, 90,000 or something. And then we have a guest channel in there too. They really hate us in there. Well, not everybody, but some people.
right.
Why's
The
Flat Earth
English.
matter?
Oh, I know, right?
There's real problems in the world. All the nonsense because it's a politics server, right? So whatever
Right.
pet freaking idea they have of, whatever they're mad at the moment is the most important thing.
Right. Right. It's a big. Let's see here. Hmm. I don't see anyone on the English Hub online right now, but man, there's a lot of channels. Oh, the Flat Earth Discord. There you go. Sweet, man.
You're lucky you even caught us in here. People like we've been over there so much. It's like this is the first time that people in this VC like in 2 weeks.
Oh, no shit.
You got lucky.
Cool, man. So what else? Let's see here. Is okay. So the official Flat Earth Discord, 14,728 members. No one. Am I not? Is this a premium server or I don't?
You mean Flat Earth official?
Yeah. 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 Flat Earth Discord
Yeah,
official. Yeah.
So you found us using the Discord search?
No, I just Googled like
Oh,
Flat
okay.
Earth Discord and it sent me there. But then do I have to pay to get on that server then?
The Flat Earth official? I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Oh,
It's a bunch of globe trolls anyway. There's no flat earthers on there.
official
They,
Flat Earth Discord's
yeah, they
subscription
banned me.
isn't. I Yeah, I don't even know
It's a
what's going
subscription
on.
only server. There's subscription only Discords. I didn't know
I
that.
think it's not up and running. I click on the subscription. It says it's not available right now, and there's nothing else going on. So whatever.
Well, you could have people subscribe and pay monthly to have a certain rank in your server.
I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I'm not trying to make money on this shit.
No, I think it's like I think I have to pay to get in. Interesting. Whatever. Oh man.
Charging for this is like charging for water, dude. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, right.
It's the principle of it. I never thought
Or
people
air.
would buy bottled water, man. Yeah, like air. Like you're gonna charge for air.
Yeah, that's a fucking crime.
Only the hospital does it. Oh, you want us to turn up the air? That'll be $50.
Hello.
No.
How are all the friends doing? Are we well tonight?
Yes, hello, Raiden.
Are you guys still savagely beating each other in the heads over the shape of the earth?
No, we're beating you in the head.
You better stay off this counter.
Who the hell are you talking to, man? I'll stay off the counter. Don't hurt me.
Yeah, I needed to talk to my cat about the counter. That was very intimidating. Maybe that's what I need is a better tone.
Maybe that was his children or his wife.
His pet duck, his monkey, could be many things.
Pet dog. Come on.
I learned something the other day. I'm going to share it with you guys.
God, there's so many jokes I can say right now. I won't do it.
Someone told me that if you want to know what the shape of the earth is, all you have to do is read about it. What do you think?
Negatory. I mean, think about it. You could read anything, right? And all it depends on how it's captioned. You go into the nonfiction,
Right.
all the stuff in
Yeah.
here is true. If I go in over
Yeah.
here, it says fiction, all that stuff's not true. You know, if you put the book in the wrong place, suddenly it's the nonfiction section. And it's true, because they stuck it in the wrong place. No, you can't find out from a book. You gotta go outside.
Brett would agree with that. He likes to talk about how, yeah, the shape of the earth is not good. But he's usually talking about society rather than the actual earth.
I can say one thing, though. You guys are, I talk to a lot of people online about different stuff, but you guys are actually a pleasure talking to.
Wow, Raiden. Yeah, I'm going to add you to my Glober endorsement list. Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of dining at a Chippendale table. Have you guys ever done that before?
I have never done that. Have you? A Chippendale table? Like the guys, do they wear no shirts and just bow ties? Those guys?
No, not the strippers. No, a Chippendale table is one that's like about 30 feet long, and one person sits at one end and the other person sits at the other end, and they have like a fine dining experience, right? But just the length of the table adds to the splendor of the meal.
How long is the table?
Well, they're different lengths, but the popular one is about 30 feet.
30 feet. Wow.
Yeah, so it's an unusually long table, and one person sits at one end and the other person sits at the other end, and they have this fantastic meal, and Maybe one day we can do that and argue about the shape of the Earth, right? I'll dress up for it.
Oh, okay. You're gonna wear a bow tie?
I would. If I did
So
that,
you're
that would probably
saying
increase the splendor of the meal.
that you only like talking to flat earthers because we're far away from you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that it's actually a pleasure talking to you guys because I love talking about things that I consider absurd.
You still
It's a
consider
joy.
it absurd, Raiden. You're saying
Yeah.
we've made no progress with you. How long have you been talking to us?
I don't know. I think a year and a half, maybe.
Oh my gosh, a year and a half. Zero
No,
progress. That's what you're telling me.
no, I've learned a lot from you guys. You guys made a lot of progress with me.
What did you learn?
I learned many things, but one of the main things that I've learned is that personal views have no bounds.
Is Precurious grinding coffee now? Precurious, you're hot miking. It's a cat. I heard that cat. He's mad. Personal opinions have no bounds. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Well, I think that's true. Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have to have bounds, would they? Since they're personal and their opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I learned from you guys, and I'm fine with that. I can appreciate it. Like I said, it's a
But that
pleasure.
has nothing to do with the measurements that
Yeah.
show conclusively that there's no curvature. That's not an opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
There's no
Well,
growth
we're in
then.
agreement. I wouldn't go that far, but
You would agree that curvature hasn't been measured, though.
yeah, I'll agree with that.
Oh, okay. Well, we did make progress then.
Yeah.
And
In
that's
the same way that
possible.
I could tell you that you haven't seen your brain before, but I think you still have a brain in your head. So
What if
you
I
haven't
had a
actually
brain
seen it
scan?
before, have you?
What if I had a brain scan?
Well, why would you trust that? How do you know you're looking at something inside your head? Maybe they showed you something else, right? You see
Well, I
what I'm saying? So
suppose, yeah.
yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I had to put in. What about a brain scan? What was the question?
Well, Raiden said
What?
I wouldn't know that it was my brain if they told me my brain scan was my brain scan. How would I know for sure?
Really? Okay, so I actually happen to be an X-ray tech, and I do CT scans, and I have a history of MRIs too. So the question is, how would you know if the scan was your actual head after you got the CT scan? Is that what the question is?
I think that's Raiden's question. Would you agree, Raiden?
No, I just simply said that you don't know that you have a brain inside your head because you haven't seen it yourself.
Um,
I was just making the equivalent to this whole measurement thing, with the Earth.
I don't know how to
I was
respond to
presenting
that.
a
I mean,
dichotomy,
yeah.
but I believe she
Uh,
does have a brain inside her head, but she hasn't actually seen it before. So, I mean, I could
oh,
put
yeah,
up the
that's
same kind of argument,
okay. That's definitely a true statement. I mean, I don't know what point that's supposed to bring across. Like, we know things exist, but we can't see them. Yeah, I guess that is true. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Liars.
Hmm.
Oh, that upset Leaf. He was very upset by that.
I'm glad you had a safe holiday season, Dandelion. Did anyone buy
Thank
you
you.
anything?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Most people don't get anything bought for them during the holiday season. It's unfortunate.
Really? I thought a lot of people did. I thought that was what we were told that we were
Mm,
supposed to do is run around buying stuff.
For a lot of people, it's the other way around. they're doing the spending and no one spends anything on them.
So
Yeah, I guess that could be true.
what do you think the shape of the Earth is then, Raiden?
Oh, well, I really think it's a sphere. I don't have any reason to think it's not. So. But in this channel, I'm in the minority, so and, and I understand that. I could be wrong, and I admit that. So,
Well, I mean, me and a couple people were talking, and I mean, I'm somewhat in the same boat as you. I mean, maybe not fully. I think I'm more towards flat Earth than you are on the spectrum, but no, I kind of agree with the whole analogy of the brain thing. Although I know it's not a clear indicator of my position, but I was talking with Dandelion and said the same thing when someone mentioned that uh, the Earth doesn't necessarily have to have a shape. So, and I kind of subscribe to that also. I was like, well, I haven't seen it, so I can't really say it's flat or a sphere, or maybe it doesn't even have a shape at all.
sure, I understand what you're saying.
So, how long have you been? I know you said you've been in this Discord for what? You said a year and a half.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can actually look it up, but that's just a off the top of my head thing. Yeah, something's around or abouts.
What kind of sparked your interest, or what was the main reason for you getting into the subject? Was there like a video or measurements? Did you test it yourself, or
Well, I can't speak for anyone else, but uh, one of the main things that drew me to this server was because of the absurdity of it. I think it's absurd to think that the Earth is something other than a sphere. So I just wanted to hear what people had to say about it.
but what makes it absurd? I mean, couldn't you make the same exact argument that it's just as equally absurd to assume it's a sphere?
Yeah,
Given
you could argue that, sure. That's why I gave Dandelion that brain in the head dichotomy. I could say the same thing. I could just pick some obscure thing and say, well, you haven't seen it. Therefore, you know what I mean. But you know,
yeah, like well, you can use the same
yeah,
analogy against the globe, so it's kind of.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
could do that all day long. But people have common sense. So I was just using it as an example.
So is your brain in a jar, Raiden? Is that where it is?
Is he?
Am I brain in Nevada? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you that.
It's possible, just like it's possible you could be in the Matrix right now, Dandelion.
That I could be where?
You could be in the Matrix right now. Maybe you're just a
Oh.
bunch of ones and zeros.
No,
You're a part of.
I'm real. I definitely am.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
maybe you're not. Maybe you're just part of a computer program. You're just a bunch of bits and bytes.
No, I'm verified real.
Okay.
Got a certificate here. It says guaranteed to be real
Right,
by the
that's all
real
part of the
police.
Matrix. Right, yeah. That's all part of the Matrix, right? Stuff looks to be real, right? I'm a brain in the
Well,
vat, and you're
yeah.
in the Matrix. So
we're
where does
just
that
in
leave
a
us?
Wreck-It Ralph simulator.
Yeah, I'm a brain in the vat, and Dandelion, she's inside the Matrix right now. So maybe there is no Earth. Maybe we're just all computer programs. could all be deceased right now. Who knows?
What is that conspiracy that, like, I guess not really a conspiracy where, like, it says what they say, like, when you're about to die, you have like 8 seconds left or whatever, and then what time is supposed to like slow down because like it's almost like when you're dreaming. So it's like you're already dead, just reliving. Maybe
Yeah,
it
who
just
knows? Yeah, who
continues
knows? Maybe. I guess we'll all see Keanu Reeves on the other side, right?
on. So what's your opinion on like NASA? Do you think they're full of crap, or do you like believe a lot of the photos, or are you like you came here because you thought it was basically absurd, right? And then you get here and there's like some education there. You start learning some things you maybe didn't think about before. Did you at that point were you a believer in NASA, and then now you start to see it's kind of BS, or you still kind of believe the whole NASA CGI? What's your what's your stance on that?
Well, relative to NASA, I don't think any government agency tells anybody the truth about everything. But when it comes to this in particular, I don't see how they could I don't see how they could be lying about it and at the same time perpetuate it because I believe there's just too many smart people in the world who would uncover it. So I don't think it would work. There's too many independent people with money and brains who could just expose something like that.
And how would they go about exposing that? Just out of curiosity, like if you were someone who had like infinite finances and intelligence, and well, you just make your own rocket and go up, or like Elon Musk type
Yeah,
stuff, or
yeah, maybe somebody from SpaceX would expose you. I don't know, but somebody would. There'd probably be some eccentric billionaire out there that would you know pull the rug out from under you. I'm pretty sure of it.
but couldn't you just be claimed as crazy, or can you just be written off as a conspiracy theory yourself? Say like you were rich and you're like, oh, I'm pretty sure there's a guy that actually tried doing that, and I think he died. But
People are more savvy than that. You could probably try it, I guess, but I don't think it would go very far. So
right, but assuming you did, right? Let's just assume you did. You went all the way up there and you're like, oh no, it's actually flat. I'm coming back down and I'm gonna tell everyone. How do you think that would go? It probably wouldn't
uh,
go so well, would it? Even though you knew, but I highly doubt anyone else is gonna believe you.
yeah. Well, like I said, I guess you could try that, but I don't. People are pretty savvy and smart, so I don't think it would get very much traction. Well, we're not as dumb as we look.
Uh, well, no, but it kind of goes back to the analogy of the brain thing, right? People are only going to believe what they experience or see, right? I mean, at least people in the globe paradigm, because they believe in the higher authorities, right? They kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. They're like, oh, these guys are smarter than me, so anything they say, is far above my intelligence. So I'm just going to take their word for it. So
Well, I mean, sorry to butt in, but like, so as a human being, it's like you're right. I don't know if I have a brain without seeing it, but it's like, well, how else would it or could it work? Am I a Terminator and I don't know? Am I in the Matrix? Like, how else would I have? How else could I breathe without lungs? How else could I have a heartbeat without a heart? And all these other phenomena. Like, how else could it be? I don't need to have an MRI to see if I have a brain. Like, I'm pretty sure I have a brain.
well, the same reason people before there was technology to know that even people knew what a brain was, or even knew any body parts or anything was, right? I mean, they knew that they were alive and existed and all that, right? But if you'd have told that person, hey, you have a thing called a brain in your head, they would have looked at you like, well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, or like, I don't believe you, or
I
I mean,
mean, we would have to wait. I mean, we've known about medical science for like a really long time at this point. I mean, wasn't it like the ancient Egyptians would put like the heart and other organs in different jars? Like they kind of, I mean, I guess they didn't know what the heart's purpose was, but I don't know. I'd have to do research on that. I mean, is that what you're talking about? Like,
Well, no, I think he's saying like the concept of the analogy is that how do you know you have a brain if you haven't seen it? And then, but then people bring up the MRI scan thing. Well, then he was saying, well, how do you know that's your brain and they're not just giving you a picture or whatever and saying it's your brain? But it's kind of like compared to the concept of like if we were relating it to if you were to go up in space, and you've seen like if you could prove it yourself or whatever, you come back down and you tell everyone no one else is going to believe you, but people are going to believe the positions of authority, right? They're not going to believe, even if you were like a billionaire Elon Musk type, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to figure it out myself, right? And you go up there and you see, okay, it is flat or whatever, assuming you could and it had a shape. You come back down and you tell everyone, no one's going to believe you because people are going to only, it's like kind of like the brain analogy, like, well, I haven't seen it, so therefore I don't believe you. But they're going to believe people that are in a position of authority that they believe are have more intelligence than them. That's just the default position. They're not going to even with the whole measurements. You can measure the Earth flat and all that. They're still just going to not believe it because the whole conspiracy theory, in my opinion, is just that label. It was just created by the CIA just to discredit anyone who thought outside of the realm of what science says. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, okay, because I'm just a regular fucking Joe Schmo, and for some whatever miraculous reason, I went up to space, right? I won a contest or some shit, and I went up there and I saw that the Earth was not a globe; it was whatever else it could be, whatever, a flying pizza, a fucking spiral. I don't fucking know. And it's like I took a picture of it and I came back. It's like, hey, everybody, look, I have proof. And everybody would look at me like I'm an idiot, like that it's fake, that's CGI. See, the government tells us it's a globe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of like horror movie that would be. I guess it's possible, but I don't I don't know. I don't even know how to like symbolize that into my reality. Like I don't know. I
Well,
don't know. Yeah.
it's kind of like you ever like I used to watch videos of people who have near death experiences, right? Where they're like, hey, I died and this is what I seen. I seen God or seen whatever. There's many different descriptions. Um,
Yeah.
but at the end of the
But
day,
this,
you're just like you don't know really. You still don't really know what to believe because you get kind of different perspectives from different people, and you kind of paint this picture of yourself trying to combine all these other people's stories, trying to find similarities. And you're like, okay, is this person bullshitting? Is he or she are they just looking for is it clickbait? Whatever. You don't really
yeah.
know, and it doesn't really clarify anything for you because it's still just hearsay, and you're never going to know, right? Like the saying goes, nobody knows until you get there, right? And when you don't
That's
come back.
true.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of the same concept. You go up in space or whatever. You've proven it for yourself, assuming you could do it, which in my opinion you can't because I think space is fake. But assuming you could and you come back down,
Yeah.
it's just another near death experience video, whatever. No one's gonna believe you. People are gonna be like, oh yeah, whatever, you're a nut job, and I'm just gonna believe whatever NASA has to say because NASA is like they're the gods. That's our religion. So um NASA's NASA and the sciences, that's their religion. And then there's people who want to figure out things for themselves and think outside the box and not just rely on what they're told. So that's
Right.
I
Right.
guess that's what
The only issue I have with that, right, is like, yeah, there's people that have like quote unquote near death experiences. I can think of the popular one is like they see a light, like, and then they like go toward it or go away from it and they wake up or whatever. But I think like you're right. I'll never go inside that person and see what they saw or what they thought they saw, right? But like, the the photos, quote unquote, from space that they took in NASA and all these other countries that have gone to space, I think that's where I'm stepping into the controversy of how could all of this stuff be faked? And I don't know if I want to open that can of worms, but it's like, dude, at what point, like, at what point do we trust other people with the money and resources to do these kinds of experiments to get data for us, you know? Like,
Yeah,
it's not everything in reality is hearsay. I mean, yeah, you're right. I guess I'm putting trust into someone who goes into space, quote unquote, and takes a picture. Yeah, I'm trusting NASA. I guess that's
well, then you
I
need
don't
to think
know.
about what do they have like. What is someone like in the position of NASA is just the entire agency or the government or whatever? What do they have to gain for it? You know what I mean? And what does someone have to gain that like if someone tells you something and they have nothing to gain, I'm
Right.
more likely to believe somebody has nothing to gain over somebody or industry or corporation, agency, whatever has to gain of money, billions and billions and billions. What is it like $50 billion, whatever a day NASA gets, somewhere around that ballpark? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a huge money making industry. So they have a lot to
Well,
gain by keeping the lie going, if you
well,
believe it is.
yeah. I mean, I'm sure I have to look up 50 billion on a daily basis is. I'd have to look that number up myself, but I'm sure it's not cheap to employ all those people and to do the science to send several thousand-ton vehicles into space, the fuel, the resources. And it's not just the US. I mean, do other countries do this as well, right?
Well, yeah, and that's I don't know if you were here earlier. This is where I kind of went into the whole. Um, there'd have to be whatever you want to call them, deep state, elite, whatever, people at the top or whatever that are kind of controlling all this. And obviously,
Uh,
not everyone in NASA. I don't believe everyone in NASA is in on it, right? Because that would be assume that everyone knows the truth, right? But I think it just works like I can't say the word compartmentalization, where everyone's just kind of
yes.
like if you're all working on one thing, nobody really knows how to build the entire thing. Everyone's just kind of you're all sectioned off. You all have different specializations, and you only have one little kind of piece of the puzzle. That's the way I've always kind of assumed it works. But at the very top, whatever the secret societies. I mean, I have a lot of evidence, and my belief is that the whatever these families, the bloodlines, whatever the elite, deep state, whatever you want to call them, run everything. They run all the governments, and basically they have their people in power at the top, and then they run all these corporations, and they keep people. Was that the comedian George Carlin say? You keep people smart enough to run the machines, but dumb enough to not figure out they're being fucked the entire time. It's just a grand scheme of that is what my opinion is it's all just ran on a grand scheme of things that only certain people at the very top actually know what's really going on. And even if you're in NASA, it doesn't necessarily mean that you know what's going on. I mean, for all we know, the many people in NASA believe the moon landing videos, pictures, and all that crap.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're getting kind of deep into like Illuminati esque shit at this time,
Yeah,
where there's like elite people that just rule the entire planet. It I don't know. I'm not going to touch that with the 10-foot pole, but I don't know. I think to conclude, like there's people that are like way smarter that have gone to school for a long time, and they work with other educated people, and I have to take their word. You know, at some point, call me a sheep or a shill. I'm sorry. These people also work with like nations across the planet, and they coincide with their intellect, and I don't know, whatever. I can go on and on, but so I don't know. I do have trust in other people, so
yeah, and I'm not saying that you can't or shouldn't have trust in other people. What I'm saying is that there's most people that like you would come in contact with that you would trust are people that are honest people that are giving you the knowledge to the best of their ability. They're not in on it. They don't know what is happening at the very top. As far as like, you know, you don't really want to go down the whole rabbit hole of Illuminati, all the, you know, whoever they are.
Yeah.
Most of these people are just honest working people that are brainwashed like anybody else into the matrix, the machine, and they're
Yeah, the
just doing
Matrix. Yeah.
they're just doing their job or whatever. They go to work, NASA, run numbers, whatever, you know, problem they're given, you know, the solution they already have, you know, the answer to. They just run the numbers, whatever, to make it seem like they're doing something. And they believe, you know, the Earth is a sphere, and that we've been to the moon, and that space exists, and all that. Like, I wouldn't want to try to convince anyone that everyone in NASA is all in on it, because I also believe that if that was the case, you couldn't hide something like that the Earth was
It
actually
would
flat.
be
It would be impossible.
astronomically, yeah,
Yeah,
astronomically difficult, bro. Like, and not only just NASA, again, it's other nations that would probably also have this knowledge. You're telling me like no one in the fucking world would like run their mouth. Are you kidding me? Like, but I don't know, man. You're right. Can I prove that we're not in the Matrix? Absolutely the fuck not, bro. I don't, we can be
Lots of
fighting
yeah,
off.
there's been lots of people who have run their mouth in NASA and other organizations. There's lots of disclosure about flat Earth. It's right in front of your face. You can
yeah.
do
There's like
your own
I mean,
websites.
observations and measurements
yeah.
and
Are they saying people that are just not saying that for popularity or attention? Like it's founded by evidence, right?
Well, okay.
yeah,
This
I
is the way
mean, it
I was.
depends on what you're talking about, but I mean, there do not, there doesn't have to be a large number of people consciously perpetuating the deception. They can just be propaganda pushers that are just pushing the information that they've been fed. There
For
doesn't
money.
need to be a gigantic number of people who understand that what they're telling is a lie. For example, there are some people in education who understand that the globe is a failed model that has no basis in reality, but a large majority of them are just passing on the failed globe model because they've never been taught to use the logic, reason, and mathematical measurements necessary to demonstrate that no curvature has ever been measured on the Earth.
I'm not touching
Also,
that.
if you're in a position of authority, you'll never risk lying when you don't have to. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. Like the Challenger, you know, whatever, that one really blew my mind, where it's just the Challenger, whatever, the explosion of the astronauts supposedly died. And then they got the videos of like them interviewing people going up to them, and it's clearly them. And I just kept asking myself, why lie about that? It seems like such a silly, dumb thing to lie about. What point, what end? But if you were in a position of authority, you would never risk like lying to benefit yourself, because you would need to. Like, why would NASA have to lie about that?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Why was NASA renamed a spy agency in September?
Yeah, yeah. There's all kind. Yeah, what Trump did that, right? Yeah,
Yes, so why did they have to do that?
yeah. That to withhold so that they wouldn't have to release information. That was what through the Freedom of Information Act, they wouldn't have to release documents. I think that's why they did that. But I'm almost certain of it. I remember reading about it.
But yeah, Bug, I would want to know, like, you understand there's various levels of security clearance within the government, it's totally possible for governments to keep secrets. They do it all the time. I mean, do you deny that?
No, I was in the army myself. I understand. So there's levels, right? There's things I don't need to know as an X-ray tech in the army. Yeah, I'm down.
But you still think that you're on a planet?
Yes, at globe.
Have you looked at any of the evidence debunking the sphere, such as the long distance observations and the laser
So
tests and the
I mean, this is
horizon
where like
observations?
right. This is where I unfortunately like. See, I'm not smart enough to like debate or like debunk anything, and this is my problem. Like coming into these debate channels because I don't know about physics or gravity or fucking the light or anything like that. So I don't know. Again, I just know like what I've been taught in school. Call me a little sheep, but I don't know. I think for me, like my perspective is like I try to look at it from like let's just say the flat Earth, and from what little I know, like something about like the physics of it. How could we be like a flat plane instead of like a sphere? Stuff like that, and then like I get into like the ice wall, which is I don't even know. I, I don't want to like ruffle any feathers, but just like a surrounding ice wall that's protected by men and guns. Like I just can't. I can't. It's so absurd to me. I
Yeah,
can't.
you don't need to think that. I don't know where you're getting that information, but it's not
I,
necessarily necessary to
the
come
ice
up with
walls.
that. Yeah, you don't need
The
to think about men and guns and an ice wall. You just need to realize that if we lived on a sphere, that there would be a measurable drop over distance that would be observable in reality. And when we go out and test that, we find that it's not there. And these objects that should be hidden behind this alleged curve are visible in reality. Lighthouses, islands, the city of Chicago,
right,
Dover, England from the White Cliffs of Dover from Calais, France from England, on and on and on and on. So many observations that would not be visible if we lived on a sphere of dimensions claimed. So
right,
the
yeah.
globe is
And I've seen
debunked.
enough like videos online, of course, like the most basic videos, right? Where like the classic one is the ship going over the horizon. So explain to me, because I'm really basic at this, why that is not proof that it's a globe, just from my understanding.
Well, I don't know what one you're even talking about. I mean, I don't know any famous videos of ships
So
going
it's
over the horizon. All I know
it,
about are that ships disappear from
as
view,
they
and
go,
then they can often be brought back into view because they're disappearing due to limitations of vision. If you have any kind of high-powered optical equipment, you can bring them back into view. So I've never heard of any ship disappearing over any horizon. Where have you
yeah,
observed this?
it's pretty basic and one of the most well-known ones. It's like in the distance, like you can see a ship slowly sinking down because it's going over a curve. You can use high-powered lens to see it go down from our viewpoint. I don't know if explaining it. I can't believe.
Is
Have
Bugs
you?
Bunny in it?
Uh,
Is Bugs
I
Bunny
don't.
in the
I've
film?
never seen that. I've never seen that. I don't know if
Yeah.
this guy
No.
really has ever seen that though. I think he just saw
Okay.
it on the internet.
Yeah, it must have been just CGI.
I live on Lake Erie. I've never seen that.
Well, I know that like for example, I know it's been mentioned before that like if you even take like a ball, right, and like lay your face on the ground and you were to roll the ball away, that it would even disappear from the bottom up, right? It's just perspective, and also you have to take consideration the atmospheric conditions. When you're looking through, the atmosphere, and you got all that moisture or whatever, the difference of temperatures, it'll like just above the water, it'll like block out too, block out the bottom of it, so it looks like it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. But like Dandelion was saying, if you zoom in, a lot of times, like where it looks like it's completely disappearing, you can bring it
Yeah,
back.
yeah. With the you can keep zooming in, but the atmosphere and the moisture in the air, it's visibly getting lower and lower until you can't see it anymore. That's where I get caught up.
Right? Like, have you ever like? Do you know what I'm talking about? Though? Like if you were to like put your face like all the way like to the ground, right, and like roll like a ball or anything away,
You don't
it
even have
descends
to
from the bottom
explain it
up.
like that to him. All he has to do is drive away from a car, from a building. The building gets smaller. The end. Why is that? Perspective. You should know this.
See, that's why I asked the questions. I gotta know.
Yeah, and also in the live stream voice text there, Yaga, people have put several interesting things in there recently, but at 13 minutes after the hour, Yaga put a little short video there of what I'm talking about, where you have to imagine that you're starting from the zoomed out perspective. Like you look at that horizon, it looks like a completely flat, level water. No boat is seen. And then you zoom in, and there's the boat. I mean, there's countless videos of this. I've done it myself. So the boats are not disappearing over any curve. For them to be disappearing over a curve, there would have to be curved water, which has never been demonstrated. And in fact, the laser tests and the long distance observations, but particularly the laser tests, demonstrate there's no curvature over water. We have laser tests at over 20 miles hitting the target when the target should be obscured by hundreds of feet of drop.
Yeah, I've
And in
heard of that.
fact, the laser is hitting the target. So, yeah, the water's not curving.
I've heard of the laser test. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I'll put a video in there where you have some laser tests. Do you see the channel that we're talking about? Because people are giving you information there.
Let me see. I was washing dishes. Give me a second.
I'll try to tag you there at Bug1989. Oh, you don't have roles, so you probably can't see it. Yeah, let me fix it. I bet you can't see that channel because you don't have roles. Okay, now you should be able to see it.
Something happened. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, and it's something you can do yourself if you ever can get to a large body of water. You can use an Earth curve calculator, which is a globe calculator. They're put out by people who think they live on a globe.
Yeah.
And what we do is go out and test their predicted drop over distance in reality and find that this predicted drop over distance is not observed in reality because these predictions are based on the geometry of a sphere.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what the
this is
laser tests are
where
about.
I really don't have a good answer, rebuttal, because like I said, I mean, I can Google laser test this or field test that or whatever, and it's I don't feel like I would convince myself or anyone else it's this way or the other. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, well, do you understand the concept? that if we were on a sphere, that there would be it's like you'd be standing on a giant ball and there would be objects that were around the side of the ball that you wouldn't be able to see.
Can you explain that in a different way? Like, well, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, like if you some people think it's a lie actually that's told by globe priests that the sphere would be too big for you to see the curvature. That's not actually true. Be like if you were a scale, not exactly to scale, but just a thought experiment would be to imagine a Lego man standing on a basketball, and if you super glued a Lego house on the side of the basketball or a Lego lighthouse, he would not be able to see the lighthouse on the side of the basketball. These observations that we're talking about are the same way. These lighthouses, the skyline of the city of Chicago, islands, and other landmarks that are observed would not be seen on
Can
a
I interrupt?
sphere.
I
Yeah,
mean, I,
go
I feel
for it.
like the Earth is like really big though, like a long
Yeah, well,
distance.
that's what you're told, and that's what I just said is
That's what I'm
Along,
that's
told.
not the case.
Like,
Well,
That's why
uh,
she's saying that we use the globe geometry, their predictions of the drop rate, but that's not what we see. Like you using their calculations, you shouldn't be able to see whatever object you're using in the distance. It should be like a mile, however many, you wouldn't be able to see it using their calculations.
guys, one thing that you're failing to remember is along the lines with her going with imagination of a smaller size Earth or smaller size sphere, is that every building and house is on a level, flat foundation. Now think about how you're going to make that work on a miniature Earth, or let's say like there was a sphere that was just one city, and there's no water, it was just all dirt, and you had to put all the houses on there flat and level. How much of that sphere would be buildable? Hello?
I mean, I know it wasn't intended for me, but I think it's all about scale, right? I mean, like the Earth, the basketball. If we just keep shrinking things, if they're all consistent, then I don't think it makes a difference. We can make like really, really, really tiny cities if we keep zooming into the basketball and have like a level spot
But
that's level. If we just,
you wouldn't be wrapping houses all the way around it.
I
You can't put them at a level. You could do a circle
mean,
around it.
no, I mean, like if we keep zooming in and keep going smaller and smaller, it would be level, right? Like a little micron on a basketball, yeah, it would be like a level surface, and we can build buildings there, and it would
It's
just
level,
wrap
it would be a
around that.
line. It would be basically a line across it.
Yeah, yeah, because we're that zoomed in, right?
And a line doesn't make a sphere.
Well, I think over time, if there's just a micron of curve,
No.
eventually it will, right?
Think about taking a level and it going around a circle, a sphere. It's not level.
Yeah, I know, but again, like if we keep zooming in or we keep expanding in, like making the basketball bigger or smaller, like of course it's going to be level if we're like a really tiny particle on like the
We're not
side of a
a particle.
basketball.
We're not.
Well, I
We're
know,
not
but we also don't live on a basketball.
particle.
I know,
Yeah,
but
this is just the same argument of the Earth is so big that that it looks flat because it's just so big, but
Yeah,
They have the burden of proof, the positive claim. We're using their calculations. So they say the Earth drops over, this much over this distance. So you go and use their calculations, and then you look at something that's X amount of miles away, and you use their math, their calculations, the globe math, and it says, use the calculations, and you come up with, it says, okay, this thing should be off this distance, it should be this far down over the curvature, over the physical curvature. You should not
correct.
be able to. You should not be able to see it. So if you zoom in with whatever telescope or whatever you have, you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be behind a physical curvature. So the whole
Correct.
argument, it's so big, that it looks flat or whatever. But okay, yeah, you can hold on and you can use that argument, sure. But then when you go and use the math to test that, it falls apart. And that's what I'm trying to
I
say.
mean, I mean, I'll take your word for it, brother. I don't have the means or the energy or time to do that myself. So that's where I have to bow out and say, sure, But I don't know, man. I'd have to see it for myself. I'll give you that. How about that? I'd have to go out and do it for myself.
I mean, obviously, yeah, that'd be the best bet to do it yourself. But I mean, there are plenty of videos of mountains that are hundreds of miles away that you shouldn't see. That should be miles and miles and miles below the Earth's curvature. I mean, you can even in some of the examples of boats off in the distance that should be, however hundreds of
Thinking,
feet below the curvature, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. But you can zoom in. The things 12 miles off or whatever the shore. I mean, there's videos. I'm sure that a lot of these guys could provide you with the video evidence of that.
yeah,
Or
I
you,
mean, let me see. I mean, dude, I put boats disappearing over the horizon on YouTube, and there's just video after video, and it's I, I don't know.
I feel like India would have a lot of video evidence, so you could probably point you in the right direction.
Could be because items disappear bottom up on a flat surface. Could be because the horizon's not physical. Could be because the horizon's not physical Earth curvature. Could be because the horizon moves, meaning Al-Bruni lied and nobody measured the radius.
Oh, good. Bug's still here. I was. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
the
Let me.
3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's supposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole like the various ships that like disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can see
again.
them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole like, because you mentioned before, whatever video I'm going to post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be like the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of like, what source is more valid than the other. So,
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the
I mean,
source at all.
you can just put like, YouTube, you know, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and
Travel
then you
all the
wouldn't
way
have
to
to.
Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long distance
So travel.
observations
Okay.
all around the world that have been done.
Yeah.
You could pick
Is
one that's
YouTube
near
like a
you.
valid platform to see anything that's valid? Or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, that's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Right. Okay. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
See, I do have one thing I'd like to post, but let's see.
Bug.
Yo,
I just sent you a direct message of a video I found that I don't know, maybe you'd like.
sure, I'll check it out, man. I think I posted the YouTube clip in the wrong one. It's the lobby or what? Dear, why can't I? Oh, okay, I'm here. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so this is just the first one that like really kind of caught my eye. I mean, just explain to me like what am I actually like looking at? Because, like I said, yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know about refraction and all that shit. So I don't know. I guess I can look up refraction.
Are you talking about the video I just sent? Is that what you're referring to?
No. Let me check out your DM.
So I can post it in this Discord. I just didn't know where to post it or where I should. I'm somewhat new here.
Right. Did you I don't think I got a. Oh, are you Noki? Noki?
Yeah, no key. Yep.
Okay, sick, dude. Nice cat. Oh, Rumble.
I'm gonna post it.
I'm watching your video right now. Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? Um, but like if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but like if they just were to keep going in that direction, like what would happen? Like would we just see the boats smaller and
Well,
more in
e-
the distance, Bob?
eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of you're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through then all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down, or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know. Maybe someone else can better explain it. But like the waves when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
The
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby uh, under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So I mean that thing should be, I don't know. If someone know off the top of their head, the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, yeah, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out,
Yeah.
that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. Shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a
Bill,
minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I
I
can't
know.
believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch him other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's you know, it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like to me, there's just no question. Like the globe is just a complete joke. So I
Yeah.
understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it's just it seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like I like
What
Raiden.
timestamp
I
was his
guess Raiden's
evidence?
not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like the globe is just so completely absurd. Like there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature? This video that you've posted
I mean, it's
for us?
definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get back
False.
to
There's
Well,
a
I can look
mirage
at
at
it
the
again.
top of it.
Yeah, the
oh
If it's
title
the
man,
says
if I
video,
could
mirage,
if
just
it's
but
the video at
talk to
45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
yeah. So I think it's just like to get back
Is
to
that the one you're
the
referring to? Yes or no?
first. I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other
So
person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or
I'm
no?
not gonna speak to you right now.
45 minutes
So
past the
if you want
hour.
to
That's
speak
all
to
I
me
want to
like
know,
an
mate.
adult, I
Listen,
would greatly
you're acting like a
appreciate it.
child. That's
You
great.
you
I
don't
just would
get
like
to
to
win
know.
because you talk
Okay, I'm
over
going to do
me,
this the
man.
old fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage. Even though you can clearly see the banding, and I thought boats disappeared bottom up, that one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
You've
to
been on
get
here
back
for
to
over an
your
hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of like opposition because it's like between like everything we can observe, right? That yeah, I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have. I'm not gonna spend the time to go to like a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full time job, a life, I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom like a flat Earth because it makes no like logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So,
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that
uh,
posted that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was. Do you agree that
I
you should
know
not
that
be able
we
to
have
see
to
that?
zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big. Like it's not a small thing. Like, and I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves and the sea was at a different like fucking I I don't know, man. But you can see it. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's cool. I mean, I think we're not expecting to like change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence. At least you now understand at least somewhat what our argument is against the
I mean,
globe. So yeah.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I
Well,
hear it.
like
I hear
Theo
it.
was
Yeah.
saying earlier, man, the only person that's gonna change your mind is
Uh,
you. Like you're the only
yeah.
person that's gonna change your mind. So like, if
Uh,
going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with the concept. So it's
I,
just
I, I mean,
you're just refusing to, like, the videos and all that, like that. Like, I wouldn't even say that should change your mind. But like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at
I
all.
mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I
Yeah,
could
but
attend.
then why are you here then?
You
Like,
know,
what? I mean, if you're not here to, like, obviously, like, I can't, like, pick you up and take you some, you know what I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's, testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos,
right, right.
to, like, all the work that they've done. But it's if that was never gonna convince you and only you're gonna convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are gonna give you the spark or the curiosity to wanna go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kinda seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be
Well,
convinced or
I
open-minded enough and you're just gonna say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but, like, the Earth's really big, even though, like, all these people in here are giving you, their testimony as a lot of these people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing
right,
to
right.
gain here.
I
So,
mean, I was asked like what my position was, right? By I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right? And then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I, I don't really have any. And then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So
So
you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. It's just a belief you
you
hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes
yeah,
me,
it's more like you
just-
have faith that the
yeah,
Earth is a
Okay, then
globe. It's just
like
like,
why do you believe it? How do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying,
I
"Hey, man,
mean,
we jump on a giant
oh man,
rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place. And believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you
no.
believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna
No, I'm just
be
curious,
idiotic.
dude. Like, no, it's
I
not
mean, dude, it's
idiotic.
like from
Look, I know,
what
like
I was.
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on
We are
one
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like I just because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or
No.
some stupid
No,
kid that was
dude.
brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. There's you go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be like told like none of it's fucking real. You got to go outside and do it yourself is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking like think of, man. Like
The
really, it
reason
is
why we
like
tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like
Yeah,
us,
there's.
were taught the same
Oh man.
thing. We weren't
Yeah,
taught
because
anything different, mate.
otherwise you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
but
Well,
wouldn't you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather,
I
like,
mean,
what would you rather take someone else's word for it or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why.
then
That's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And it's these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like, it's really
No,
not that
no, I'm
complicated.
on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in
Or
South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of
Or
that?
maybe that's what I meant. Hey,
I mean,
got him.
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you pretty much almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times. But the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah. So it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I
Or
didn't
don't
take
you think
a.
that would be pretty important? Like, as far as education, hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going Earth's a globe. We'll get the toy.
Well, man, I don't. I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught
I'm
in fucking
50
high school,
something.
but
Kindergarten. They teach you this shit in
I know,
kindergarten.
man. I know, but I didn't. I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
Yeah, but they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5,
uh,
right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him
literally.
why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So, 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them.
Oh,
And then I found
man,
out that there.
yeah.
Hmm?
So I don't mean to cut you off because I really
No,
care
that's
about
fine.
your personal life, but
Yeah,
like
you do.
I just like I
Okay,
do
the
don't
whole
feel like
point. No, okay, no. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I had to say to you.
Dandelion, you just gotta get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him.
And he does, that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial. And you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm syndrome
yeah.
slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you
Okay.
remembered
The
why you
slave
left here.
mindset.
That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's
I
pocket
want
so
to
he
be in the
won't be
matrix.
whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh,
Okay?
yes. Now he's a victim and I'm his
Oh, I'm not a
oppressor.
victim. I'm
The
just
bad
saying.
dandelion is hurting
Oh my
him
God.
now. He has to go back to lick Nessa's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished. Okay.
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh
I know,
dear.
Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I
It is
don't.
stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now
Okay.
Dandelion's mean.
Okay. Oh
And
my
you're
goodness.
just the
Let me
globy
know when you're ready.
victim. Poor
Holy shit.
guy.
A grown ass woman is on Discord yelling at
Oh,
some guy
yeah, you're
because
a
he doesn't
grown-ass
believe
Oh,
in the
this
man.
ain't
flat earth.
yelling.
Go back to
Oh
your
my
glow
fucking God, man.
plushie.
You
Yeah,
really
put
think
your
this is
glow
Oh,
yelling?
goggles
Jesus
in
Christ,
now.
man.
It'll be so
oh.
much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other copes have you got, Bug? Ship's going over the horizon obviously hurt ya. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No,
to
remember
cope
he showed
with?
you a mirage. Remember he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bub. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it
Really?
would be, right? I mean,
No, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
Or
I
is
think
that more
deeper
like a
than that.
symptom of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No. I mean,
Or,
yeah. I
you
mean,
know,
I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the
yeah.
problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know it's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe the Earth. You admitted you believe the Earth is a globe. That you don't know it. Okay, that's the position
Yeah.
of everybody in the fucking world. You think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So,
Yeah.
right, a lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is looked at a screen, they saw some pictures, some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And we're like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation. And we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is a situation. I mean, think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just
Yep.
because it's not
Do
just
you
that,
understand
man,
the
but it's
implications of that?
uh,
Do you under do, do,
I
does
know.
you under do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah, just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah,
No,
I
that
see.
they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is
Yeah,
contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never like climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go. It always looks flat. But someone's
yeah,
saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real.
yeah.
That looking flat, that's not real.
I, yeah, I mean, like, listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, like I go outside to a
Well, that's
beach,
not
right,
real.
and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right, right.
Right. That it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look that's
I just
actually not that. It's actually something else.
yeah,
It's like you say you see the color blue. And then, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. And you're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude,
right,
I guess
right.
you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. Guess it's not blue. Because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, there's things I observe though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right? I'm gonna bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset. Where does the sun go past the horizon? Why is it turned to night? I can bring up all these other things that I
Because the
see,
sun moves
and someone
away.
in this Discord is gonna laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing
Look,
or that
bro.
thing. And then
Well,
what do I say to
no
that,
one,
man?
no one
Like,
has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better
I
understand
know.
their position.
So
But they've if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb
okay,
or
all right,
whatever.
maybe okay, yeah. So let's
Look,
let's
I'm
go
trying to
back to
show
what
you
I
what the
said, right?
situation actually
About
is. What the
the ship.
situation actually is
Oh,
that, listen, I mean, like,
go
it's
for it.
about flat Earth, but it's not. Fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but like I see things that like it's just kind of like a common sense thing though, right? Like
Look, they
with the
saw
sunset.
sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, Indio, let's
Dude,
break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was like a couple hundred years ago to like battle science and when he was coming up like in the church, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect.
everybody was flat
Or am
earth
I
until
Arabic
certain
said the
Greeks.
earth is flat.
oh,
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the Earth is not flat, Earth is a globe, based upon metaphysical considerations, and Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all. The entire world was flat Earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you
I
see,
mean,
the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the Earth. Okay, and if I say at
right.
midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. In the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It'd be dark where you are and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right, right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including
Hey,
the Romans
Bug,
and Arabs that
curious.
knew the world was
w-
round.
They
Is
don't
that
know
Why are you
now.
hung up on valid sources?
why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a
Because
question that was
I've
just
been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know, he's just
Yeah, it
saying
could come
that
from
you don't need to
Any
qualify it with.
information?
He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you
What?
think is valid.
Are you
Hold on,
kidding
dude.
me,
Just listen.
man?
Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh no, that's not valid, right? So saying
Yeah,
it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity, sure, man,
no,
but
it's valid. What makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence, actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, not
We
to
don't.
mention, like, you should
Go
probably
ahead.
do a better job at just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, I mean, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally what
So,
he said though is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the late, maybe in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin' like not in the 5th century, and it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, it was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So like so it was like Eratosthenes, probably what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So like when you Google stuff, you get a very like I don't know how to put it, but
generalization.
they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not
so
like
where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
Because
like
I need to know.
it doesn't
outside.
matter where you get it, as long as it's
Yeah.
backed up by evidence. That's what
dude.
he's saying.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about
Yeah.
flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say where do you get your evidence for flat Earth, it's just like that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, "Hey, dude, that's not flat; it's a globe." You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No, that's not the situation. They publish a book and they say, Earth's a globe. And they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe. But they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin'
Right.
prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats. Like, I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
No, yeah, okay, man.
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe, or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't
Yeah, no,
like a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe, but a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's like perspective too. You know, that's always
Yeah,
important.
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right, right.
I've read all of it, like you name it. I know their whole shit, like the back of my
Why?
hand. You got to know
This
your
is
opponent's. You got to know your
oh,
opponent's position, right? If you actually want
well,
to engage it, right?
yeah, yeah. I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, like what their position is, just for the sake of like a debate, like winning a debate. I would want to know
No,
it because it's like,
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what
yeah,
their position really is. So
okay,
there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe
yeah,
because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow
yeah,
of the Earth on the moon. And what they believe about that, right, is that
mm,
there's a heliocentric model that they
oh,
calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow's round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate?
yeah,
What I just said about
yeah.
eclipses?
I mean that, and it's like,
None of that's true, dude. None
yeah,
of it.
okay,
Okay, they don't
okay,
use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses.
yeah,
Second, if that was a shadow of the earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's
mm,
being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I
okay.
just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is on further inspection is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow, and they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked. That shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck. You're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you. They don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself because
it's one simple test,
my
dude. You don't even need a
observations
camera.
aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look,
Let
there's
me
only
look
one
at how
question
to
that needs to be
experiment, and then
answered.
I'll do it
brother,
myself. Let me see for myself,
brother,
and maybe
only-
that'll change my perspective. So
yeah,
He's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on
maybe.
here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay,
what is that, brother?
there's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth, right? So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah,
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So
During an eclipse, the leaves look like a circle.
Who said that?
I can see your mic open, but I don't hear anything.
Oh, sorry if I'm hot micing. That's my bad.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for listening, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Look,
No problem.
look, man. We like, I don't know if you've seen that. There's plenty of information channels if you scroll down. Right, they're in alphabetical order A through Z. Every possible freaking topic at infinitum. I mean, the best test really to do is like a mirror flash test because you can just buy a door mirror for like $4 and just get a friend and be like, "Hey, go to the other side of that lake 10 miles away. I'll flash you with the mirror." It's like real simple because 10 miles, the drop is supposed to be 66 feet. It's a 6-story building. If you're both standing on the shore 10 miles away and you can flash a mirror, then Earth's not a ball. It's literally that simple. The Earth's supposed to curve a lot more than people think. That's really the issue. Is it's supposed to curve a lot more than people think. Like I said, 66 feet in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down. It's a 6-story building.
Going, man.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
I gotta get going, man. But it was good talking to you guys.
Yeah. You have a great night.
No, man, I'll try.
Avoid the storm. Oh, you're not even there. Oh, you took off.
Makes you wonder if they wish they could change their calculations. Like, no, not 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard it, right? Maybe the Earth is just bigger, but it's still
Yeah,
a ball.
yeah. That was his. That was one of his main talking points there. But I
Oh,
just
he
don't think
tried that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think he was gonna be convinced either way. I don't know if he was just like an expert troll. I don't really know.
He could be
I
doing like
actually,
the frustrator troll, which is a troll like, I don't know, and just try to frustrate you and shit.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
But
it
I
just
always because there are live stream bots. I like even it's kind of like settling like because we know there's an audience on YouTube and on Rumble and on Twitch and all that. Even if they're being a troll, just get it out. Just get it out and like even don't even talk to them. You're talking to them, but like it's for the audience. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So even if I didn't get through to him, maybe someone else was listening on YouTube or wherever.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I kept asking him like, then why are you here? He's like, he literally said he was like, I mean, I'm not gonna go out and like do these tests myself, and it's just, and he's like, I don't know, man.
Of
He just
course
kept
he's not
going,
gonna.
and I
He's
was
like
just like, well,
Dandelion said, he's too busy bootlicking.
yeah, I was like, so what are you doing here then? Like, if you're not going to be convinced off of testimony of people's measurements and all these, you know, personal stories and all this, then why are you here? And you're not going to go do it yourself. So then why waste your time here?
I don't know, maybe the boot didn't taste good. Maybe he just wanted a new flavor. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
He got plenty of that in here. At least he's got something to think about now.
Yeah. What are the odds he's actually going to go out there and do the test? You guys think he's just BSing?
0.
Yeah.
He don't want to know.
Yeah.
He's the type that are afraid to know. He ain't never gonna do the test because he's afraid of the results.
Didn't you listen to all the excuses, Nocky, of why he can't do it and why this bit of data isn't qualified as good enough? It was just excuses so he didn't have to look in it. He's just a hardcore believer. That's it. Nothing more,
Yeah.
nothing less.
I can't believe he sent that Mirage video, and you're like, are you talking about the one that says Mirage right in the title? And he's like, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, my voice has got this talking down to yelling at people from 100 yards away type sound to it. And some people that I call sooks can't handle it at all. That's why straight away he was
Yes,
backpedaling.
I'm so glad word today. Yes, he's a perfect example of that. Very good.
That was the highlight of the night, though. Dandelion going off on him.
Because we sat there for hours, did we not? Being incredibly patient with his obnoxious self.
I mean, we were completely cool with him being like helping out the best we could, and then he literally then he reverted to saying he's like, oh well, if I say this, you guys are to call me retards. I'm like, no, that's what you guys do. You're here. I mean, obviously you wasted all your time because you're not going to be convinced either way. You're not going to do the test yourself, but we're here just being cool with you, talking. And he just like, oh, you guys are just going to be complete dicks, even though none of us were mean to him whatsoever. Until he was just completely evading, like when Matrix was asking him, was like, does your title say Mirage? The video you just shared, and he just like didn't want to answer the question. He just wanted to go and talk to Dandelion and completely avoid that.
Yeah, I guess someone told him that Mirage video showed curvature. That's all I wanted him to tell me was how does that Mirage demonstrate curvature, which of course he could not, but no surprise there.
You think you'd at least check the title before you're sharing it as evidence for your curvature?
You think so? Yeah, they just want to believe, so that's what they're going to do.
No, sorry, mate. That is a YouTube video. We don't accept those. You're going to have to go and film something for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to know which video was it so I didn't make a complete clown of myself, ripping his arsehole a new one and it's the wrong video. That's all I wanted to know. It's like...
Yeah, that's the only video he presented. He just earlier had said that there were many famous videos of ships going over the horizon, but that was the only one he could come up with.
You're referring to the video where it disappears from the top down, right? The Mirage one?
Correct.
And I was really enjoying Indio destroying what was his name? Wesley G. Were you here for that, Matrix?
No, look, when the channel first opened up earlier and India put out the call, I went and had a lay down because I was tired. Anyways, and I had YouTube running, so I was sort of half awake, half asleep, listening to bits and pieces going on. And I woke up probably an hour and a bit ago, and I was listening to you have a chat with Indio, and then that other fellow having a chat with Indio, and then I'm sitting there listening, going, why is he sidestepping this shit? Why is no one pulling him up on him having to qualify every single source of data? This is bullshit. I'm in. And that's where I jumped in. And I'm like, right, let's have a listen out. Give it 30 seconds before I explode.
Right. Yeah, no, Indio was debating his. What was his name, Dandelion? Was it Wesley G or something G?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. He did a
Yeah,
really good job with that guy.
yeah. Which, I mean, that guy, he was trying, man. He was trying all of the tricks. Indio was putting him in his place, though. Well, I think that about wraps up my night, guys. I appreciate you guys' conversations and education. I learned a lot from you guys, and appreciate you guys' time.
Yeah, we're glad you were here. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you again.
And maybe we should say gals too. Sorry, I don't mean to
Yeah.
loop you into the guys thing.
Yeah, that's okay. There aren't too many of us here, so understandable. You could say
Don't
guys
feel
and
bad, Noggy.
dolls.
She's got bigger balls than half the globes that come in here.
Thanks, Matrix.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I'll probably catch you another day.
All right, cool.
Yep.
See you next time.
Catch you, man.
Yep. Bye.
When you were having a chat to that fella there, Dandelion, the one that you went off at, for a minute you sounded like what's that? Back to the Future #3, the school teacher in that, or the Clayton. You sounded like her when you were ripping it into him.
What's her name? What is her name?
Clara Clayton.
Oh, okay. I've seen that one, but I haven't seen that one very much. That's the one where they go to like the Wild West.
Yes.
Yeah. I've probably only seen that one like one time, maybe. I can't really recall much about it. I just remember them like being on top of a train and running around.
Must be cold outside, Raiden, if you're hiding in here with the cool kids.
Yeah, I don't know what Raiden's doing. He's gonna rescue us. Is that what he was saying in the chat there?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently he thinks we're trying to get to the same place. We're just using different techniques to get there.
I don't know what place that would be.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's something I forgot to tell you. Pro tip for young players. If you're in the English hub, don't use the little wheelchair icon on anyone's comments. You'll get a naughty boy sticker.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, someone posted up some dumb shit, and I just did my usual no, laugh, wheelchair, and next thing I've got a little note saying, "This is a warning. Please don't do that."
Oh gosh, maybe they should just get rid of the wheelchair emoji. I guess they
Yeah.
can't do that because you can use it from other places, right? You can get it from other places.
Yeah. Which server?
English hub.
Oh.
Because it's the universal sign for disability. So when you post it up against, when you stick it on someone's comment, you're telling them that they're disabled. So it's offensive to tell someone that their comment was disabled.
You could be supporting him. You could be saying that you are. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, maybe you're
Right.
just a fan. Exactly. I agree, T-Dup. You're saying that you're making a parking place for him. I don't know. I don't really even know what the emoji would ever be for. I mean, when would you ever use it? I don't know. It seems like a odd one to have. I don't know.
I'll give you a demonstration. Where's Raiden's post? Come here. That one.
You're just alerting others that, go easy.
Oh, I thought he was going to talk.
Did you have a question?
Why, do you think you have answers?
No, I cut out. I didn't. You were saying something and I didn't hear it.
No, we just wheelchaired you. It's all good.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, to answer your question, Dandelion, we're trying to get to the truth. That's the place we're trying to get to.
I don't think you're trying very hard, Raiden. I think you're avoiding it. I don't think you're trying.
Okay.
No, he's just using a different technique. His technique is close your eyes and just disregard anything and everything and believe.
I enjoy your opinion, Matrix. I do.
I know you do, mate. Because you know it's the truth.
I don't doubt you believe that. That's fine, You're entitled to that.
Yeah, I made you a globe earther earlier, Rain. Did you notice that? I couldn't believe you didn't have the role yet, but you were giving such an impassioned speech, pro globe. I had to give you the role. Does that make you feel happy?
You said you gave me a
And
roll.
I've given
and
you
you've
3
made him a
roles
Blitz fan
actually.
too.
Yeah, because he said he didn't know if he was a brain in the jar or not. He said, "Yeah, I actually created that role, Raiden. You're one of the first
Oh
people
yeah.
to get it. The Lookma no hands role. Do you like that one?"
Oh, I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, yeah. This is a gift. My New Year's gift to you for 2026.
Oh, okay. That's fascinating.
And you're also a
That's
prospect
awesome.
for Valued.
Is that the new brain in the jar like one?
Yeah. Do you like it,
I love it.
Professor Triangle? Thank you.
So where do I go to find that?
Look at your profile.
Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. You guys are delicious.
That way we know when we're looking at you that, oh, shit, this dude doesn't even know if he has hands or not. So it's kind of pointless sometimes.
Right.
Pro tip, Raiden, just be careful who you go near. You might end up with space AIDS, space herpes, and there's a whole heap of nasty diseases that are going around.
Really? I enjoy the irony.
Yeah, he might have gotten too close to Bug. You're right. He might have gotten space herpes from Bug.
I just got this feeling that one day I'm going to be sitting at a Chippendale table with one of you guys, and I'm going to find myself not being able to stop laughing.
I guess that's better than
And why would that
crying.
be?
I'm going to be dancing on some table in front of you.
No. You're going to
Yeah,
be
we went
sitting at
over
the
this
other end.
earlier. Yeah, I was thinking he was Professor Triangle, that he was wearing a bow tie with no shirt, but he explained that it was a very long table.
Right. Which adds
Oh.
to the splendor of the meal. Yeah. Dandelion, you must be thinking about those strippers in Canada, right?
I don't know. Are they Canadian?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
You want to thaw them out first.
We're getting to a snowstorm.
Are you getting the snowstorm now?
We sure are.
We already have a whole bunch of snow here. I don't know that we're getting a ton more. I feel like it might not be coming up to Michigan, but we already have a ton of snow on the ground, and it's very cold.
Well, we have snow. It's already really cold, but supposed to get 12 inches overnight.
Is it like in Russia?
What?
They're getting like all these massive blizzards, right? And it'd stop, and they'd clear they'd dig their cars out of the snow.
Yes.
And,
Yes, that's how
and
it
as soon as
is.
they'd done it, no sooner had they done it, it snowed again and filled it all back up.
Yep. That's what it is like. That's not a joke. Just depends on where you're at. But because both cars I drive are 4-wheel drive, I don't really get stuck like that.
Yeah, mine does say 3 to 4 inches today and 1 to 3 tomorrow, so I guess we are getting up to 7 more inches.
Is it nice and warm at your place, T-Dub?
Yeah, it's muggy.
Oh, and you've got humidity. Ouch. It's still 42 degrees here.
$42.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
I better translate for our friends. Temperature. Celsius, 42. That's 107 for the guys using Freedom units. It's 6 o'clock at night. Actually, nighttime doesn't start for another 2.5 hours. But yeah, 6 p.m., 42 degrees.
It's 4 degrees Fahrenheit here. 4 degrees.
Oh, what's that? Oh, negative 15.
There you go. That's a huge difference, isn't it?
I'm happy with about halfway. That'd be good. Well, today's Facebook conundrums or entertainment. I don't know how to view this yet. I get on the one of the Flat Earth pages, which is run by Globers. Fancy that. Question. What would it take for you flurfers to believe the Earth is a globe? Serious question. And what's stopping you from seeking the truth? Most of the flurfers who've tried to disprove the Earth is a wonderful ball orbiting the Sun have been proved wrong. When will it end? Alright, so I couldn't help myself. Interesting you use the term believe. So you only believe you live on a ball? You don't know? How would you prove it for yourself to go from believing to knowing? Alright, insert clown shoes, number 1. I know, I flew on a Concorde airplane. The captain told all of us, those that could, to look out the window. You'll be able to see the curvature of the Earth. I did, and I could clearly see the curvature of the Earth. Now you know the truth. You can stop embarrassing yourself now.
Yeah, but the captain forgot to tell him that your eyesight's not good enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Ah, look, that's great, isn't it? So, I get back there and I'm like, right. I put the picture of the plane window construction. I posted that for him. So I looked up plane window construction. Are you sure you saw curve and not just a distorted view? Don't embarrass yourself. Be honest. And his
because the windows on the Concorde have to be strong enough to resist Mach 2 speeds, so they're made for strength, not optical clarity.
Yeah. So his reply, no, not distorted, just a clear view of the curvature, as advised by the pilot. Do you think Concorde pilots are all in on the conspiracy as well? Lol. And all I wrote back was, so how do you tell the difference? Because the pilot said so. And I haven't got a response back. But insert clown shoes number 2. So this next Muppet gets up there, and what do I get? Fly to space and back in amazing SpaceX booster cam video. Launch to Florida landing. So a YouTube video showing me SpaceX booster.
You got to send that Concorde guy the BBC documentary about how they designed the Concorde to fly flat and level to save fuel.
Ooh. I didn't even think of that.
Like I said, they spent a lot of money just perfecting that, balancing the fuel tanks so they wouldn't have to use control surfaces to control the aircraft and brake drag, and all that drag just costs fuel. And then show them the Perlan 2 glider that flied at 66,000 feet, which is higher than the Concorde. And because they don't need Mach 2 windows, when you looked out the window, it was flat, no curvature.
How's this teed up? Just reading down. A shock as $10,000 plot to kidnap Anthony Albanese is exposed. I don't want any money. Take him for free. Holy shit.
What the heck? Why would anyone even want him?
And here's the best bit. The first comment. Is there a GoFundMe page? Oh, these comments are great. Yes, I was looking for a GoFundMe page too. Most of Australia would be happy to subscribe. Anything to rid ourselves of this egotistical moron. The next one. Christ, who would want to? That'd mean you'd have to be near the bastard for a long period of time. No one should have to suffer that. Oh, this is great. I would subscribe, but Labor has destroyed the economy so much, I'm sorry I can't afford it.
Sounds like it'd make a good comedy.
Oh, yeah. Where's Martin and Malloy when you want him? Now this one's a bit better. This guy must be a... Yeah, he is. Come on, Globies. This doesn't look weird to you? There are no other planets. The pagan cults are worshipping their deities. Earth is flat. And he's put a screen grab of... He must have looked up Wikipedia or AI. And its answer was, most planets in our solar system are named after Roman gods or their Greek equivalents. A tradition originating from ancient Babylonian, Greek, and Roman observations of wandering stars. Earth is the only exception, as its name is derived from Old English Germanic words for ground, rather than a deity. Key details regarding planet names: Mercury, Roman messenger god; Venus, Roman goddess of love and beauty; Mars, Roman god of war; Jupiter, king of the Roman gods; Saturn, Roman god of agriculture; Uranus, Greek god of the sky; Neptune, Roman god of the sea; and Pluto, Roman god of the underworld. While the planet's named after deities, the Earth's name, Earth, simply refers to the ground.
Hello?
Hello? They told me rods get crushed when velocity spikes, like motion got fists and it's squeezing your life. Lawrence named the ghost, eat the choke in the frame. Adam cinched tight just to keep light the same. But that story expired when the ether did too. Kept the math, cut the myth, Einstein rewrote the rules. Nothing bends, nothing snaps, nothing folds in half. Just coordinates, arguing where now is at. You don't see link, you timestamp arrivals. Wavefront bookkeeping, synchronized rivals. Endpoints defined by simultaneity. Tilt the slice, change the count, out reality. But textbooks still draw the ruler pancake. Pedagogy stuck in a century brain. They say really shorter like matter got scared. Nah, you just changed the question the observer declared. Oh, it ain't the ride, it's the signal you read. Yeah. It ain't the mass, it's the way waves lay. No squeeze, no crush, no atomic fright. Just like hidden clocks in a different light. They lie with a name, let the myth persist. Lawrence wrote ether, Einstein dismissed. Geometry clean, but the lesson got missed. This signal not shrink, get the physics straight, kid. Ay. Einstein said distance depends who's aligned. Not a force on a stick, just a frame on the mind. But he buried the lead in simultaneity talk. Left readers thinking a ruler wins. Soft mint cows he came flexing with 4D pros, world tubes, hyperplanes. Elegant code, but you tell that the students without a map, they'll default right back to the ride, getting snapped. Different slice of the same world line. Same object, same atoms and varying spine. You don't measure length without light in play. Every ruler test is a signal delay. Doppler cousins aberration kin. Wave behavior under relative spin. Put contraction with sirens. Redshift blues, not elastic bands, getting physically bruised. It ain't the rod, it's the signal you read. It ain't the mass, it's the way waves lay. No squeeze, no crush, no atomic fright. Just like hidden clocks in a different light. They lie with a name, let the myth persist. Lawrence wrote ether, Einstein dismissed. Geometry clean, but the lesson got missed. It's signal, not shrink, get the physics. Yeah, compression was real, Earth to look absurd. Hot dog planet spinning through the CMB blur. 11 meter shade, axis on a spin. Daily cosmic values carving continents thin. But nothing shares, nothing screams and strain, because nothing happens to the rock domain. Reductio kills it, clean and exact. The myth collapses under its own bad math. So stop telling kids motion crushes steel, when all you ever proud was how wavefronts feel. Stop saying actually shorter like ontology bent, when it's just operational measurement. Rename the thing if you care about truth. Relativistic waves, not squashed up proof. Objects stay whole, information shifts. The century error was linguistic drift. No ether, no squeeze, no banner rise, racing at relativistic speed. Just clocks, light frames, and the geometry we choose. Same world, different questions, different news. Signal, not shrink, not shrink. Measurement, not myth, not myth. Light does the talking, not myth. Matter, stay stiff, stay still. Signal, not shrink, not shrink. Measurement, not myth, not myth. Light does the talking, not myth. Matter, stay stiff. Signal, not shrink. Yeah. Signal, not shrink, not shrink. Measurement, not myth, not myth. Light does the talking. Yeah. Matter, stay still. Signal, not shrink. History, blink. Kept Lauren's name, but changed what it meant.
They say a shadow in the city, and a well with none at noon, is all you need to measure Earth. A perfect little proof. But every step is built on something hiding in the back. A quiet set of premises that
no one ever tracks. Parallel rays from a sun unmeasured, two towns drawn on a perfect line. Distances guessed, not truly captured, but the story's told like it's divine. Shadows and assumptions stacked beneath the claim. Inference on inference, treated as the same. Only what's observed is solid on the page, but the leap from sight to certainty is where the errors reign. Shadows and assumptions, that's the hidden cage. The angle's there, you can measure it. The data isn't wrong. But data isn't destiny. The chain can still go wrong. Multiple models fit the scene, yet only one's declared. The underdetermination's there, but it goes unrepaired. Local sun or distant giant, curved or flat, the math can bend. If the premises stay silent, you choose the answer at the end. Shadows and assumptions stacked beneath the claim. Inference on inference, treated as the same. Only what's observed is solid on the page, but the leap from sight to certainty is where the errors reign. Shadows and assumptions, that's the hidden cage. Appearance is an ontology, a lesson easy to forget. Logic needs transparency, not stories we percept. Shadows and assumptions, listen to the signs. Test the hidden premises, follow every line. Truth is never threatened when we question every stage. It's reasoning that strengthens when we learn to turn the page. Shadows and assumptions, step outside the cage. This one's for anyone breaking out the loop. We see you. Learn young classroom globe in the center. Teacher said this is the world, so the image enters. Repetition hits deep, that's how anchors form. Belief sets in long before the mind transforms. You didn't choose that lens, it was handed down. And what's familiar starts feeling like solid ground. Once the frame locks in, every sign seems to match. There's confirmation bias, the mind trying to catch. You see what you're told to see. When the script gets written early in your mind, belief grows roots and the roots grow deep, so every clue looks pre-designed. If the edges start to shake one day, don't be afraid of what you find. We're right here walking with you, as you take back your own mind. Strong belief bends sight, yeah, the brain fills gaps. You start hallucinating patterns that fit your maps. Not madness, just habit. The mind loves the known, rewriting every scene to protect its own. When a model gets installed before doubt can speak, you grow up filtering now what doesn't agree. It's not that folks lie, it's the lens they wear. A lifetime loop they don't know is there. You You see what you're told to see. When the script is written early in your mind, belief grows roots and the roots grow deep. So every clue looks pre-designed. If the edges start to shake one day, don't be afraid of what you find. We're right here walking with you as you take back your own mind. Every movie shows planets spinning in space. Every intro splash puts a glow in your face. That's culture reinforcing what school began. Visual repetition, keeping tight the plan. And when you defended that view your whole life, sunk cost cuts deep like a metal knife. Changing course feels risky and cold, but growth hits right where the grip gets old. It's heavy to question what you held so long, 'cause the crowd shouts certain and the crowd feels strong. But the courage to rethink is a rarer trait. It's the mind stepping out of the locked-in state. We know the shift shakes everything you believe, rewiring how you see what you see. But take your time, no judgment, no rush. We're here in the quiet when the certainty's hushed. If the lens cracks open, the world looks strange. Breathe in, step back, that's the start of change. Truth isn't given, it's something you find. And we're right beside you as you free your mind. Yo, I roll with the memes, but I don't vibe with the code. I'm a critical realist, I falsify by default. 15 degrees, yeah. I see a sky rotation, but that's relative motion, not an earth spin proclamation. Optical gyros drift me till you climb elevation. Then the data goes rogue, breaks the model foundation. Optical anomalies, sad yak deviations. If the numbers don't align, that's a model violation. I ain't saying what it is, I'm eliminating what it ain't. This is empiricist logic, not belief, not faith. Ground too flat, then the cosmic ladder shakes. Radius wrong, then the whole sky map breaks. No assumption, no spin, the globe straight to the bin. I'm just cutting out the noise till the truth drops in. Detecting relative motion, that's Mach and Einstein. But Earth must spin is a non sequitur line. Local frame test can't pick the culprit out, so attribution claims, yeah, I black 'em out. Accelerometer silent, where the model needs shout. Where's the orbital pulse we should all read out? Pendulum persists, then the Alice freaks. Anomalous blips when the shadows peak. Yo, that ain't proof, that's an open critique. I ain't saying what it is, I'm eliminating what it ain't. This is empiricist logic, not belief, not faith. Ground too flat, then the cosmic ladder shakes. Radius wrong, then the whole sky map breaks. No assumption, no spin, the globe straight to the bin. I'm just cutting out the noise till the truth drops in. Falsification is the blade, I'm a razor technician. Stripping models to the frame like a clean demolition. If prediction keeps missing, I withdraw recognition. I don't pray to equations, I demand repetition. Repeatable, verifiable, data-driven derision. Every contradiction's ammunition for revision. This ain't a flat earth belief, it's a flat earth condition. Epistemic precision, empirical incision. So I stand in the middle with the real technician. Real left feet position, not belief but cognition. Signal in the noise, I'm the pattern's mortician. Killing every model with a failed prediction. When the data don't match, I revoke permission. That's empiricist logic, the only true mission. Peace out, 24/7 flat earth discord, where the globe goes to die. What about GPS? Bro, it works. That's it. That's the tweet. say GPS like you dropped a bomb. Like receivers don't work unless you pray to a globe. Clock sync signals ping, triangulate time. Range and delay, welcome to applied math. You say satellites like that settles shape, but you never check what assumptions you bake. You hear from above and your brain goes blank. Start free associating space with rank. GPS don't measure curves, it measures delay. Speed of light, clock offsets path and relay. It don't whisper geometry into your ear, it just tells you where you are. Calm down, dear. What about GPS? Yeah, what about it? Works on paper, works in practice. Next question. You stack assumptions like a Jenga night. Satellites exist, therefore Earth's a ball. Nice try. That's not logic, that's vibes with a diagram. You skip 6 steps and call it STEM. You don't test the model, you test the app. Then crown the geometry cause the Uber maps. GPS working don't curve the land, it curves your confidence. Damn, you want us to explain the whole damn sky. Why you never asked how GPS actually applies? Relativity, yeah, clocks tick weird. Cool story, still no curve appeared over satellites. Tracked by who?
Over space.
Defined how?
Oh, but it wouldn't work.
It does. That's awkward. We're not here to replace your bedtime tale. We're here cause the measurements keep derailing. You keep yelling GPS like it's a spell, but it don't do what you think it does. Oh well, ranges and radius, timing isn't tilt. Signal math, don't care what myth you built. You confuse infrastructure with proof of form, then act shocked when that move gets torn. What about GPS? Still works. No curve required, no globe enforced. Satellite signals, clocks in sync. You proved engineering, not what you think.
You want a curve?
Measure one.
You want proof?
Don't outsource it to an app.
And please
stop acting like technology believes your cosmology. Questions unanswered and questions ignored. We answer yours, so I'm quickly getting bored. Facing Mr. Unprepared, and he seems not scared, but he keeping logic at bay when he jumps in the fray. Day after day, it's the same old ballet, so loud and proud, posturing and preening for the crowd. But then you finally said the quiet part out loud. I believe. A pure faith from infancy. Ooh, in the end it's all just belief. Belief, belief, belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost? Or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Where does it hurt, and have you thought to question why? Losing the ball is so painful that you grasp straws from the sky. Does it seem natural to you that the first thing you do when faced with a new view, to stew your emotions like a storm they brew? And it's the short straw you drew, cognizant composure slipping. First the horizon was geometric, but now he's flipping, clutching excuses with perfections, what he's gripping. Oh no, poor boy, oh, 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 oh. Crash and burn illusions are getting shattered. Now he's claiming it never mattered, he says. We can't know a single thing, simulations don't teach devil, and I am sophistry's king. Maybe we don't have hands, we are just in the hourglass, grains of sand. Oh, is it just pure fantasy, or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief, 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 belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve, grieve. Oh, is it the sunken cost, or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted ball belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. Why come here if the truth scares you? Did someone dare you? Didn't expect the OG crew to wreck you. Well, damn, son, maybe learn humility or some of your own model, your own belief and if you're playing games. Oh, is it just pure fantasy or pure faith from infancy? Ooh, in the end it's all just belief. Ooh, and I know you need to grieve. Oh, is it just sunken cost or do you just feel lost? Why is reality so hard to conceive? The busted wall belief won't help you, so I come in with beef. You've poured years into a theory that never held its weight. Now you guard it like a treasure nobody wants to take. You say I can't quit now, I've invested far too much. Yeah, that's not logic, that's just fear wearing a crutch. Newsflash, time spent is not a fact you get to cite. A bad idea doesn't turn good because you held it tight. Stop while you're behind, you're not gaining any ground. You're building castles out of debt and calling them profound. You say the cost is too high to admit you were wrong, but doubling down on nothing just make nothing twice as long. You cling to shaky articles with diagrams that lie. Graphs with axes missing, but hey, the colors look sciencey, right? You quote some guy you believe, whose theories crumble when contested. Then shout, see facts, it claims unverifiable, untested. You're not finding evidence, you're shopping for a vibe. If truth were on your side, it wouldn't need a costume and a bribe. Stop while you're behind, you're not winning any wars. Your arguments are filter made of locked and shuttered doors. You say the world agrees with you, but that's a curated kind. A feedback loop of echoes in the cave you call a mind. Look, I get it, quitting feels like losing, but sticking to a sinking ship is honestly amusing. You're knee deep in the wreckage shouting, see I still have time. Buddy, the only thing afloat here is your pride. If reality contradicts you, you silence the report. You're not doing research, you're doing comfort court. Stop while you're behind, the slope only gets worse. Clutching sinking theories doesn't make them stay afloat. You can keep your bias blanket if it helps you sleep at night, but don't mistake your comfort for being even slightly right. Take the logic lifeboat of reality, it's the last one left to find. Or dig deeper if you want, just don't expect the data to be kind. The globe was only in your mind.
Cold mind.
Let's separate method from myth. People call things science when they're barely observational. Man-made objects pose as proof that's operational, fictional. Pseudo-science copies language, but the logic's imprecisional. Skips the steps that make a theory verifiable or conditional. Real science starts simple, watch a natural event, something happening by itself, not a gadget you invent. A phenomenon's an action, so the effect is what sense. The dependent variable, the thing you measure at the end. If you're testing human constructs, then the method's misapplied. Cause science needs nature's behavior, not a diagram supply. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. It's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world does best. Now once you've seen the action, you presume a cause. And if the structure built with precise mental laws, if heat then water boils, simple conditional clause. Not assumed as truth, it's a model that waits for flaws. And a hypothesis ain't fact, it's a testable prediction. Two outcomes on the table with symmetrical conviction. One heat, no boil, that's your no condition. Two heat boils, that's causal recognition. But you need both options open or the method gets derailed. Cause a test that can't be falsified has already failed. Method over myth, that's the line we draw. Truth comes slow when the steps stay raw. Observe what nature does, no tricks, no props. And follow each phase till the falsehood stops. If the test don't break, if the cause might stand. If the test disproves, it rebuilds your plan. That's real science, no faith, no guess. Just the world revealing what the world is best. Revealing what the world has been. Yo. Prediction is the hinge must swing. Cause a good hypothesis risks losing everything. Pseudo-science fears failure, locks outcomes tight. Science needs the chance it could prove itself wrong tonight. If you can't break the model, then your test ain't strong. And the claim ain't knowledge, it's belief dressed long. The method's not glamorous, it's repetition and grind. It's letting nature dictate what you get to find. No authority, no school rule, no movie design. Just data exposing what aligns in the mind. Cause an effect emerged from the predictions fulfilled. Not from stories or symbols or the things we're told to build. It's a discipline of failure, sharpened and distilled. Where the world writes the answer and the ego stays still. Cold mind, clear sight, let nature speak. You start with straw men silhouettes, stuffing words inside their chest and beat them down like champions. Claim you've conquered all the rest, but I never said the things you fight. Your victories ring hollow, you battle ghosts, you built yourself while the truth trails far behind you. You pretend that paper figures are the same as what I mean, but burning down a false idea will make the real one weak. You think you've proven something, but all you've done is hide from meeting my position like a match of even size. In the tangle of your logic where the roots don't touch the ground, you keep twisting every pathway till no straight line can be found. But a fallacy won't save you when the truth walks in the room. It just leaves you spinning circles, talking louder than you prove. Then you shift the burden of the proof, say it's mine and mine alone, as if a claim can stand upright without the builder's stone. You toss your words like feathers and expect my hands to catch them. Demand I show they're weightless when you never tried to test them. You stand atop assumptions like a tower made of sand, then ask me why it crumbles when I simply raise my hand. If you want your claim accepted, you must shoulder what you said. A house won't stand by telling me to hold up all the beams instead. But you call your unsupported leap a truth that can't be shaken. Yes, certainty means nothing when the reasoning is faked in. attacking who I am will make the argument break, but truth remains untouched by blows that never strike its shape. Logic isn't won by volume or the sharpness of a slide. A mirror smashed in anger doesn't change the failing light. If you can't face the reasons, then the reasons still remain. The target of your anger isn't fueling your disdain. Straw men crumble, burden shift back at homonyms lose their bite. Every shortcut you've taken leaves you farther from what's right. Truth stands patient in the doorway, unafraid to linger long. Reason doesn't fear the chaos where your tangled words belong. In the tangle of your logic where the roots don't touch the ground, you keep twisting every pathway till no straight line can be found. But fallacies can't shield you from the daylight breaking through. They just leave you chasing shadows while the truth keeps shining true.
Spin up the rotor, let the flywheel fly. See the axis hold steady while the world rolls by. A little ring of metal with a stubborn-minded grace, showing off a thing we call rigidity in space. It keeps its orientation in the frame where it was spun, not caring where you carry it or how the ground may run. Now suppose a little thought test, a just case to inspect how a gyro should behave with the gyroscopic effect. We examine what the earth is, this is logic on display, a conditional deduction in a verse and poet's way. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's modus tollens in the mist. Picture walking across a globe with latitude to spare, from equator up to poles or anywhere you care. If the ground beneath you curves while the gyro's locked in place, then the ring should tilt or twist to keep its angle in space. That's the heart of the example, just an objective cue, a way to teach deduction while the beat keeps pulling through. But you move it and you slide it and the angle stays the same. No mysterious rotation in the little metal frame. In our logic demo story that is Q not observed, a trigger for deduction where the reasoning is preserved. If the earth were a sphere, then the housing should twist as you wander across the surface with a gyro in your fist. But the housing holds steady, no rotation to resist. Therefore, in this logic lesson song we insist, if P implies Q and Q does not persist, then not P follows through. That's modus tollens in the mist. This is claiming Earth is flat, not round or pear or tall. It's a formal demonstration, and the form is what we call if-then reasoning with scientific finesse, teaching our conclusions follow premises. In physics you test models, in logic you test form. Together they make learning more than merely uniform. Then the housing should twist as you glide across the surface like a theorist in the midst. In our objective case, Q never does exist, so the inference completes without deductive scientist. Modus tollens in a melody, clean as it can be. A song of empirical thought and fun philosophy.
History doesn't lie, it just gets rearranged until no one notices what it implies. Pythagoras learned where land was measured flat. Egyptian ropes, rods, stars, and facts. Surveyors build as calendar meant. No curve in the ground, no sphere in the pen. They move stone, move water, move grain. Work by level line and plane. Flat earth practice day by day, because reality doesn't bend for what you pray. Then he leaves the work, leaves the craft. Goes east where knowledge isn't shared as mask. Enters Magi Hall, sealed rights, ranked tiers, where secrecy counts more than what appears. Measured truth as hidden form. One stays grounded, one gets born. When knowledge hides, it turns elite. That's when power and doctrine meet. He comes back changed, not teaching land, but numbers as gods beyond demand. Harmony of spheres, heaven abstract. Nothing you can test, nothing you can track. Forms a cult, not open, not wide. Initiation, silence inside. Elite boys taught, bodies controlled. Knowledge and power braided old and cold. The globe's a secret, not for the street. A sacred shape for the initiated elite. Not because it worked, not because it measured, but because secrecy make doctrine treasured. Politics follow, always do. When mystery crowns a chosen few, the cult spreads power town to town. Not by proof, but by being in or out.
Measured truth for hidden form. One stays grounded, one gets born. When knowledge hides, it turns elite. That's when power and doctrine meet. That's when power and doctrine meet.
Not public craft, but private law. Not what you test, but who you saw. When truth requires initiation, you're not doing science, you're running domination. Then the raids come, history records. Public doesn't love secret laws. The cult breaks up, scatters wide, but ideas don't die, they divide. Fragments everywhere, same old frame, different names, same hidden game. Academy, schools, philosophical sex. Globe survives where power connects. Never spreads far among working men. Surveyors to level the land again, but rulers love a cosmic throne. Puts heaven up, puts people down below. So doctrine lives where authority feeds. Abstract shape for imperial needs. The earth becomes a symbol first. Measurement ignored if it bursts.
Flatland measured globally. One was tested, one was received. Not by proof, not by sight, but by secrecy, rank and right.
If the origin is secret, the survival is power, and the method avoids measurement, then the shape was never about the earth. It was about who gets to rule it. Don't planes prove the globe? No. They prove airlines. Planes don't fly geometry, they fly corridors. Foul routes, fuel math, alternates, doors. Emergencies ignore your projected arc. They divert by proximity, not spherical math. Gyros don't nod down chasing a ball. They hold orientation, that's the job, that's all. You think pilots fight curvature every mile. Now they trim, they level, they watch the dial. At altitude the horizon's flat, straight, calm. If you see a curve, check the glass you're on. Windows bend light, beliefs bend sight. Wishful seeing feels real when the faith is tight. What about plane? Yeah, routes and fuel, that's not geometry, that's logistics. Ooh, yeah, That's logistics, fool. You say authority when it helps your claim, then ditch it fast when it says something lame. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said plain and fair, you're not seeing curve from way up there. Funny how priests get quoted then denied, depending which sermon fits the ride. You don't trust pilots unless they agree. Ignore the many who say it looks flat to me. Planes wouldn't work otherwise. According to who? The experts. Who? Exactly. Saying it proves it, don't make it true. That's not evidence, that's vibes in a suit. Baseless assumptions don't cancel a test, and claims don't invalidate what's directly expressed. We're talking surface, horizon, line of sight. You keep pointing upward, wrong fight, that's a red herring. Clean and clear, running from the curve that never appears. What about planes? Still not it. They fly flat routes over a surface that's straight. You want proof of shape. Measure the ground, stop pointing to traffic and acting profound. What about planes? Planes don't curve the earth, they curve the conversation. And every time you point to the sky, you're still avoiding the surface.
To the scholars on the globe side, I'm addressing you direct, not to challenge your conclusions, but to tighten the respect. In the field of observation, every model must align, not with faith in old assumptions, but the data we can find. This is not about conversion, not a battle to be won, but a method of inquiry grounded in what light has done. Before we set up any late test, let the evidence decide. Walk with me through optics, let the wavelengths be our guide. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world-read images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical life. Every long distance photo, every skyline, every shore carries signatures of optics you might not have seen before. When the air is shifting density, when the ducts and layers rise, white light isn't uniform, it fractures subtle in disguise. Infrared may mark a boundary, visible may reach beyond, but the difference in their horizon shows the medium they respond. If a distance breaks the limits of the geometric sphere, check the wavelength separation, see what physics makes appear. Before you trust a model, take a moment, take a view. Let the cameras and the spectra tell you what the air can do. Infrared against the visible, to pass through the same sky. Show the bending and divergence, no equation can deny. Look at all the world
deliberate images the internet has stored. Analyze the color drift before any test is scored. This is not about believing what another voice implies. This is just a simple call to open up your empirical eye. You don't need to change positions, don't need theories in advance. Only treat the data fairly, give the evidence a chance. Study how the lower edges shift their contour with the heat, how the waterline distorts when refractive gradients meet. This isn't globe or flat, it's the discipline of sight. Letting spectra write the narrative in the presence of the light. So before we build the setup, before we measure lake and sky, start with what already's captured, let the photographs reply. I'm not asking you for trust, I'm not asking you to bend, only asking you to question how the wavelengths comprehend. Let the optics speak their language, let the evidence extend. This is just the first foundation. I don't talk loose, every word calibrated. Clarity is strength and confusion's overrated. Logic ain't truth, it's the system that tests. Valid isn't sound, only facts make it bless. I'm a craftsman of thought, not a slave to the spark. I build my conclusions while others strike in the dark. Philosophy's a toolbox, not gospel, not myth. I pull out the concepts that sharpen my drift. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit. Frustration's just feedback, I process the spike. Strip it to the root, analyze what it's like. A feeling's not a verdict, I don't take it as law. I check the interpretation, break it down to the raw. Truth needs structure, that's the nature of fact. A mind without order stays forever off track. No drift, no chaos, no sloppy design. I run my cognition like a blade to the spine. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit. Every thought has a lineage, trace it back to its root. If the premise is rotten, the logic won't compute. Philosophy's a structure, not a throne to defend. It's a method, not a doctrine, not an ultimate end. Reason is intention, not a vibe, not a guess. It's a choice, it's a temperament forged under stress. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit. This is deliberate design, not fate, not chance. A philosophy of action, not ornamental stance. Truth demands structure and structure takes skill. I don't wait for clarity, I forge it by will. This is Dre's intent sharpened, cognition defined. I don't follow the moment, I architect the mind. Stop over talking, stop racing to win. I'm not here to recruit, convert or bring you in. I'm not selling a map, not pitching a scheme. Just asking you to check what you think you seen. We're not trading beliefs like jerseys or teams. We're talking measurements, logic and means. When you interrupt, you miss the claim. Facts don't get louder when you raise the frame. I'm not asking you to drop what you know. Just check the steps that got you there slow. Because confidence isn't a substitute test, and repeating a model isn't evidence. Stop, listen, check the claim. Facts don't care who gets the blame. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We're testing what fails, that's the methodology. That's the methodology. Say it clean so it finally sticks. Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't need a new house to condemn one unsafe. You don't need a new map to say this one's misplaced. When a bridge collapses, you don't ask what's the better bridge, you check the math. Failure stands on its own 2 feet. Truth isn't hostage to what comes next week. So stop demanding a full worldview swap just to acknowledge a test didn't pop. That move protects belief, not reason or fact. It's logic held hostage by comfort and habit. Stop, listen, check the chain. Does the logic hold? Does the test remain? No replacement story, no cosmic plea. Just did the claim survive scrutiny? Survive scrutiny. We're speaking facts, not throwing shade. Teaching out